Hello, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons and Dragons for all of the interwebs. Only one announcement tonight. On a sad note, but not a permanent sad note. Our wonderful player, our lovely Casper, is out for the evening, who plays our wonderful barbarian Rena, due to feeling a little under the weather. But she will hopefully be back next week after taking some time to rest and recover her voice. So wish her well. I will take Rena's place as best as possible if there is any kind of combat or anything like that. But hopefully the group is able to make do with a quieter barbarian this evening. So I think with that, we can jump right in to tonight's session of Roll for Damage.
A door opens, adventure awaits your creation. Each person plays their part, abilities to lay the foundation, setting the stage for everything to start. Classes, they help define a role and score choices. What finalize the build in session 0. Integrates the character and begins a new destiny to be fulfilled. This is your moment to capture. Your fate is hinged on a bet. Release the dice and charge forward. This game is not a game, so now you'll bet your life. The table is set. This is your moment. Take control. It's critical. The final curtain is rising. The world's forever changed. A story made for the ages. All the lost experience and friends for every table is the future laid out before you. One you will never forget. This group of friends that support you. Come on, answer the call. Don't freeze until the table is set.
All right, we are back. So let me get some audio going here. I believe it was. Did I miss it? No, there it is. Okay. Cool. So, last we left off, the six had headed out into the darkened wilds to try to find the new hiding place, or secret hiding place, of the Shadowbrand. And in looking for them, came into contact with some of the fiendish creatures roaming the darkness and looking for a meal, something else perhaps, but eventually managed to find their way into a cavern network that seemed sealed, and managed to hide themselves from some of the fiendish entities looking for them, eventually making contact with members of the organization and convincing them to allow them passage to speak with their leader. After being led inside and seeing the state of the organization and the number of people that were actually sort of living in this sort of cave network, the group were eventually given passage to meet with Kigu and taken into sort of a large sort of hall grand hall area that had been sort of dug out from this cavern. Inside, Kigu stood with an advisor that Artemis recognized as Ginger, and after a long and lengthy conversation back and forth with the group, explaining their reasoning for bringing forth a missive from the king and the best intentions for the people hiding away here, Kigu eventually decided that perhaps it was worthwhile to see things through and see if there could be a peace between the kingdom and those of arcane ability. But reluctant and scarred from her own mistreatment and encounters with mage hunters and the kingdom itself, Ginger refused to allow Kigu to continue down this path of what she felt was treachery to their people. She called forth an agreement she made, and a devilish entity stepped through a portal, bringing along with it some of its employees to see to it that their original plan of attacking the kingdom and making an example of them was seen through. And so an encounter took place. The group were aided by the other Shadowbrand in the room to defeat these entities, and not without their own troubles and almost losing one of their own. The group managed to eventually fell all of the creatures, although the main devilish entity managed to secret himself away and left to where unknown. But the hall is quiet after the support structures at the very back of it had been torn down and the ceiling collapsed, helping you defeat the final minions and turn the battle in your favor. And that is where we pick up. So I'll bring you back to the map, even though the battle's over at this point. This creature is gone as it sort of it turns to ash and fades away. But you are left sort of to your own, as you're kind of like beaten and bloodied, but alive.
Oriana will just crawl towards Artemis and Nemeron and just be,
Sounds like you have something going wrong with you. I don't. This is a little late, but I'm going to use my bonding feature to all of us. I will cast Emboldening Bond on the four of us that are close by.
Okay.
Navari won't be selected, unfortunately. So Zavrin, Nemeron, and Oriana and myself.
Okay.
And I'm going to... I think there might be something wrong with you. Can I help you? Let me do some medicine. I'll try to figure out what's wrong with her.
Just like pulling on his clothes. I don't know. I can't speak, so.
Yeah.
Zavin probably has like 9 minutes-ish left on telekinesis, so he'll just start using the powers to get the rocks out of the way to unbury anybody that's still buried.
Okay, yeah, so you're helping with the other people. Eventually, they get their people out and are doing their own medicine over here on the felled guards of the agents of the Shadowbrand, and Kigu manages to get this one also out.
Can I roll the medicine check to find out what is ailing Oriana?
You can.
Okay.
DM, am I prone?
I'm going to add a...
you can get yourself back up if you are. But...
So 22.
Nice.
Okay. Medically, you're not really sure. She looks okay. She doesn't look like she took any hits. she isn't wounded specifically anywhere. So medically she seems sound. You're not exactly sure what this is. Doesn't seem to be a wound or some kind of like, it doesn't seem to be like a poison or like a disease or anything like that.
Well, that's all I got. I'm just gonna see if I can help you.
DM, I know my intelligence, charisma, and wisdom.
No, I think it's just your intelligence and your charisma are at like 0 or 1 or whatever.
Okay. Do I still have like my memories? I still know who I am, right?
You know who you are. You don't understand a lot of things.
Okay.
You can do like the bare minimum of like keeping yourself defended and like protecting yourself. Like you have the survival instinct. You know these people are your friends. They're friendly creatures. You're not in any danger now. But you're not going to be able to play charades with them. Charades takes intelligence.
No. I'm not. I'm
saying you're not going to be able to really, like, you have no way of communicating anything intelligently. You don't understand how a spoon works.
Yeah, and then Oriana's instinct would be to try and play music, but since she cannot, just like horrible sounding.
Yeah, so you guys all hear her like attempting to. It sounds like a child trying to run a bow across a violin.
And she just looks frustrated.
Kigu, could you give us a hand here? I don't know what's wrong. Maybe you have some knowledge to help in here.
I'm
gonna go to Nimron as well and assess his injuries. It looks like he may not be doing well. He was collapsed on. I'll ask Nimron. How are you?
Nimron's
I'm alive.
right here. Nimron's right here. Yeah, next to you, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm alive. Ow.
Seems like you're not feeling too well. Let me help you with that. I'll use my Channel Divinity Balm of Peace and heal everyone around me within about 10 feet.
Yeah, that should be all of your allies within 10 feet of you.
So the 2d6 plus 5.
Okay, so each of you, except for Artemis yourself, heals that note.
Thank you.
Are you feeling better?
I mean, I'm okay. I'm okay enough to walk. I'm fine. Is Oriana? What's wrong with Oriana?
I don't know. I haven't figured it out. I'd ask Kigo if he knows of a way to make her come back to normal. She seems to have lost her mind.
I'm sure this is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm sure this isn't gonna work, but I'll go ahead and use a spell slot to cast Detect Magic and like inspect her body. I guess. Like medically she's fine. I'll see if magically something's wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's see.
Excuse me.
I just want to see what you would get.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. You took 46 psychic damage.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, because it's feeble mind, right? So
Okay.
it does damage you. So I don't remember how much.
like
I don't remember how much that was, but it wasn't a ton.
Well, no, I had 11 temps, so yeah,
Yeah,
it
she
could
had
have
11
been 13.
temp because of me.
Yeah.
Could have been 13.
Yeah. Anyway, that was what hit you. Anyway, okay. I will say you can detect some kind of enchantment
Okay.
coming off of Oriana.
And looking at Artemis, his charm is gone, right? As far as like the Detect Magic, probably not. I don't know.
Oh yeah, you don't see any enchantment on Artemis.
Okay. I mean, she's in. Her will is in her own. Something's wrong with her mind, but I don't know what.
And at this point, Kigo will just be like, I can help you in just a moment. I'm finishing up with my people here, and I'd like to dig where Ginger was to see.
Okay, I'll help you.
I'll head over there as well. She was a friend of mine in childhood.
I'll
Um,
Magneto it off.
All right, yeah, as you
when
all
when they get close, yeah, I'm not gonna do it
Yeah.
now.
and I'm gonna just take us out of the map at this point. But when you as you all begin to unravel and dig out the rocks, in the place where she should be, there is just some scorching on the rocks, but nothing else.
There's nothing left behind. Zero.
You can whoever wants to can make an investigation check in there to see if they, to see what might be left.
Alrighty, investigation. 14.
Okay, with a 14.
Plus,
Oh,
Oh
bond.
yeah, you can plus
I
the.
am bonded.
I mean, it lasts for how long? A minute?
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, I'll say it. You still got time on it. So.
16.
Okay, 16. With a 16, interesting. So you remember her. I can't remember if you weren't down yet.
No.
So you remember her being on fire at one point.
Mm-hmm.
You know she was hurt, and you know how bad it was when all of the rubble piled on top of everyone, and you can see like the destruction of the area around.
Mhm.
So it's kind of weird that nothing is there, but you don't even see ashes, just nothing,
Oh. Except for the scorch marks?
just the scorch marks. So you can tell that something that was burning was here,
But there's no
but
aftermath.
there's no aftermath.
Did someone burn her?
Oh,
Who
well,
used I'm gonna yell
yes,
this to everyone. Oh.
Kigu like raises his hand. He's like, well, yes, I was trying to deal with the threat.
You dealt with it pretty well. She's not. There's nothing.
Well, there should be something, even if she perished under the spell.
I'll dig through the rocks. Other than the scorch marks, I don't find anything, do I?
No, you don't. And he just
Okay.
he just sits there and he's like, interesting, but not much we can do about this now. You wished for me to look at something else before we
Oh.
leave this chamber, as I don't want to stay here with it being as tenuous as it currently is.
We can get out of here first, I think. No use in putting us in further danger.
And he
I like-
he nods. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to see this as possible. So this is Caleb talking, but if I were to try to use my divine intervention ability to bring Ginger back, is that possible? Could I ask?
Potentially.
Okay.
You can ask for whatever you want, and I will adjudicate how that works.
Give it a go. Hail Mary.
Oh no.
So I want to save my old friend. If you could just give me a minute. Alondra, I know I ask a lot of you, and I don't mean to burden you any further, but this was a dear friend of mine in childhood, and I just reconnected. She seems to be taken from me by some devil or evil creature. She's not even a corpse anymore. I would have brought her back if I could. She seems to be gone. If you can, I don't know, bring her back, free her soul, present her to us now. Please, I ask of you.
Okay, go ahead and roll a
Divine intervention.
D100.
Right.
So D100.
Oh.
Oh
You
man.
call upon. It has to be under 10.
Yeah.
So.
the-
11.
The other way.
Yeah.
Or 11, yes. It has to be the other way.
Oh man.
So
Just struck
it was-
down by lightning.
Yeah. So you make this request, and you do feel a connection with Avandra and with your faith. But as you try to reach out and try to put your will into this ask, you are just unable to push beyond the normal means, and though you feel the presence of something watching and guiding you, it is unable to meet your request at this time.
I guess I'll go with you. Let's leave this place. It's in shambles. I apologize for what we've done and for not being able to save Ginger.
It's fine.
Kingu,
Yeah. Yes.
not to tell you your business, but I lost track of where that demon went. Why don't me and your man Virus here go take a wander to the entrance to make sure everything's still intact, your defenses.
Right. Aranus, please, go with, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name again.
Navari Chainbreaker. Pleased to meet you.
Navari. Please go with Navari and help lock down the tunnels. If you notice anything strange, report back. But he turns to you, Navari. I have a feeling that that entity did not get what it was hoping for and likely lost quite a few of its forces in attempting. And if it had made a pact or a deal with Ginger, she seems to be gone. So it may have
There's
gotten
nothing
what
to
it
collect.
wanted one way or the other. I don't know. All I know is she's not here. It's not here. It looked like it ran away. Or teleported somewhere else. But we clearly had the upper hand. But I appreciate you wishing to take stock and make sure. So yes, please go. So
Yeah.
you and Aranus sort of like rush off and head out and start to take stock of the rest of the hideout. Yes.
On the way out, with the whole collapsing of the column, both on me and on other people, is there like any damage outside of the chamber? Like
No, it's so far it's just collapsed like the end of that portion of the chamber. But given how violently it collapsed, they just don't want to take the chances of like, hey, let's just sit around here talking, and like the rest of it starts to give way under the weight of how that chamber has been hollowed out. So
Okay.
they're just like being more safe than anything else.
Okay.
You get the sense that if this did collapse, it would collapse this room, likely not the rest of the
Okay.
tunnel itself.
Okay, that's cool. That's fine.
So as you kind of like all head out and into that sort of main area, you watch as some of the guard, with Rena's help, take some of the injured to that infirmary area that you had seen off to the side when you were originally waiting, and kind of take them over to their healers to be looked after. Kigu kind of like steps out with the rest of you and closes the doors, and you can see people are kind of like staring because they heard things, saw Rena run out of the doors like screaming and looking terrified. But they're kind of quiet, and as Kigu steps out, he says, there was an unfortunate incident within the Great Hall. It has been dealt with, but we are taking precautions to make sure that no other malintent entities wish to do harm here. We will make sure that we are safe for the rest of the evening. But if you do see anything strange, anything at all, let one of the guard or me know. And he nods. And you see him like start to walk around to the various people and like lean down and give them like whispers, and you can see them sort of like take a little bit of comfort in his words as he kind of like starts to reassure the rest of the people within this area. As you're kind of like left there, a couple of the guard that weren't that badly hurt kind of step up and say, so you probably need a place for yourselves to rest as well, given how that all went. Let me show you somewhere that you can maybe find a little bit of respite, and then you guys can determine what you want to do afterwards. But considering you helped us in that situation, I'd say that you're at least allies for now of ours, and we can trust you. So, come on. And he takes you down one of the tunnels off of like the main area, and you see it's just a general room. There's a couple of like makeshift cots, and like a desk, and some blankets and pillows and things like that. This is the best we can do for now for you. We're not exactly living the lap of luxury, and I'd hate to put anyone else out of their beds and things like that. So apologies if it's not 5-star standards, but if you have any requests or any needs, do let us know. We'll be happy to help you, but we're going to continue to calm the crowds and see about that room and our friends to make sure nothing worse is going to happen. Kigu will probably be by in the next probably half an hour or so after he makes his rounds, makes sure everything else is okay.
No, take care of yours first. We'll be fine for now.
Thank you very much. I think Oriana, I'll move Oriana over to a bed. I think you need to lay down and go to sleep. Maybe that will make you feel a bit better.
Okay. He kind of like walks off, and heads back out. And you guys are left to your own devices for now. Is there anything specific you wish to do?
I'll go ahead and spend 10 minutes and cast Prayer of Healing at 3rd level, since I'm out of 2nd level spells.
Okay.
And
I think that should get everyone.
Okay. Yeah, so where is it?
What is it, like 2d10 or 3d10 or something
It's
like that?
3d8 if I upcast it. Where?
Oh, okay.
Oh, there it is.
And it's normally a 2nd level, so you did upcast it, right?
Yep.
Okay. So go ahead and... So, nice.
13?
No, 13 plus 8.
Oh, okay, 21.
All right.
And
so...
that goes to 6 other people, so I guess all of us.
Yeah, you can get your entire group. Okay. Cool.
Oriana just like tries to find a rock somewhere and is like trying to write, but clearly cannot. Like it's just squiggly lines.
Yeah, you're just making
Just...
crap in the... I mean, there's not really a ton of dirt. It's like mostly hard rock, so you're just making like scratches on rock.
She's like scratching on the rock, and she's like, it's clear she's writing, but what the hell is she saying? Who knows?
Yeah.
Zavern will go over to Nemeron. I'm terribly sorry for burying you in that. It was just crazy in there, and that was the fastest.
Don't apologize. You did what you had to do. It's fine. You didn't kill me, so that's a positive, right?
I guess, but
close calls, sure. But don't worry.
How about I owe you one?
I get to knock you down now.
Oh well, I had other things in mind, but yeah,
That's how mercenaries handle things.
If you must, and then he'll just like wince away and then like peek back, like is he doing it?
I'm gonna cast inflict. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not going to. No.
10th level.
I just slap him on the shoulder. Hey, you handled the threat. Collateral. It's fine. Don't worry. It's okay.
I appreciate that. Then I have to apologize to Oriana when she comes back to her mind as well.
Many of us were not ourselves during that fight. I apologize for pushing you in the blue cage. I didn't mean to. I don't know what came over me. I had no control over myself. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I mean, I know it went down last time, but come on, I wasn't going to go down that fast this time.
I just wanted to protect you. You're so frail. Look at your thin frame.
I'm working on it.
Rena's right. You need more meat in your system. Calories don't hurt you.
I'll make you some more biscuits.
Well, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
wouldn't be too hard on yourself, Artemis. We also have our fingers and toes, and those demons are full of tricks.
They hit like a fucking truck though. Especially DM, are the veins, like the black veins from the slashes from Titivolus, are they still on my body, like around my face and stuff? Like when he leached my HP.
Oh yes, because you haven't
Okay.
gained that back yet.
Okay.
Can I do an assessment of Nemeron? Would that be
Yeah,
appropriate
yeah,
for
you
his
can do a
health?
medicine. Yeah, you can do a medicine check on.
I'll cast guidance on
Nemeron
him as
if
he
you would
does it.
like.
Oh, okay.
And at this point, your emboldening bond would be gone. It's been
But I'll use
longer
the
than 2
guidance
minutes.
for
Okay.
sure.
I think notably, Nambari would have like the same sort of like black veins running up one arm.
Oh yeah, you got hit by it as well, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Plus a D4.
28
Oof.
Okay.
and a D4.
Yeah, use your
I think
D4.
it matters.
A 32. Okay. So looking at both Nemeron and Navari and kind of like taking stock of what had happened, you get the sense of you kind of understand this because as a person of the divine, you naturally can cast things like blight. Well, I don't know if you can cast blight, but you can cast inflict wounds at least if you choose to prepare that kind of spell. Some clerics can cast blight. But anyway, and like things like harm and stuff like that. Well, some clerics can cast that. But anyway, so you have an understanding of like necrosis, and using necrotic energy to do harm to others. What you get from this is that the necrosis is actually set in to their blood, and has leached some of their vitality from them. But with that check, you do know that with a good amount of rest and recovery, that should naturally abate.
Looks like you really need some rest. I think we all need to rest right now. I know Kigu will be here, and I think I'll turn our sights to Oriana, see if he can assist there. But the two of you look like you just need really good rest.
A nap sounds amazing right now.
Well, more than a nap, probably 10 hours of sleep.
Induce myself in a coma. Okay.
After a few minutes of struggling to write and not getting anywhere, Oriana's gonna like try and undo the latch on her tome, but can't.
I'll go over and help her unlatch it.
Okay.
She just kind of pushes you away.
No, it's okay. Let me do it. I can help you. It's okay.
You managed to
Please.
unlatch the book for her.
And I just open it and set it on her lap and back away.
Yeah.
See her just kind of pawing at the pages and tears.
I mean, you know how to turn a page. You can't. You're
Yeah,
not like
no, she's-
you're not like
she's
your
not pawing
hands have
at
not
it.
been like
Yeah.
turned into like claws and like you've been physically deformed.
No,
you just
I-
don't understand
The
how
T-Rex
to.
arms.
She's
yeah.
doing it out of desperation because she wants to. She doesn't know she can't read yet.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, yeah, you're not
And-
physically,
Yeah.
you know, inflicted. You're just mentally.
So once she gets to like a page with some of like the stories that she's been writing about the group's travels, she just starts crying because she can't read it.
Okay.
I think
Um,
Navari will walk over to Oriana and just kind of like put her hands on the page and try to give her a big reassuring smile, like it's okay.
Oriana just latches onto you and just kind of puts her arms around your waist and holds on tightly.
I'll look around and see if Rena is around and ask, you kind of left us there stranded. Are you feeling all right?
I am fine.
Okay. Let's get some rest, I guess.
By the way, that devil uses some shitty tactics. We'll get him next time.
I just
hopefully
ran. I ran a lot.
It's okay. Running sometimes is for the best.
She just
I
kept
like-
running.
She's a track star. Leave her alone.
Like running.
She just kept running.
Came back to help.
Perhaps next time we could put the bubble on the devil, maybe.
I don't think that's gonna work. He just up and dusted out of here at the very end.
Well,
We'll
it was
have to
very
work
annoying
on
to
our
be inside.
tactics. We have to think of some ideas next time. Yes.
I could have helped a lot during that if if we had taken a longer rest, how Oriana suggested earlier. But we live and we almost live and we learn.
So we'll have to take more time to understand when people need a rest or not, and
Yeah.
plan it out to see if we can benefit from it. Very well.
At this point, Kigu kind of walks into the room and looks over all of you and he says, I'm sorry. Is there anything else? Is there anything I can help with?
How are you doing?
I'm okay. I took a few hits, but nothing I've not dealt with before. I'm a little bit upset that someone I trusted so closely for so long had decided to make deals with entities, otherworldly entities, behind my back, but there's
What
not
did
much
you
I can
know?
do about that.
What did you know about this creature that attacked us? That she
Nothing.
brought to us?
I've never
Okay.
seen it before. I do know that what attacked us were fiendish and devils. That's what they looked like. And from my travels and things that I've encountered, that's easy enough to piece together, but where they came from, who they are, what the agreement was between Ginger and whoever that was, I don't know. And if that was even the actual entity she made the agreement with, or there was something higher, and this was just the creatures that entity sent forth to do its bidding, I don't know. This was completely a surprise to me. I never thought that she would attack her own people. So
Came
I'm
from a
thrown
surprise
for a
as me
bit of a loop.
as well. I don't know if you've searched her room or if you could show it to me at some point, and not now, of course, but I'd like to kind of know, or at least try to remember, the friend that I once knew when I was a kid. I appreciate you letting us stay in this space. Is there anything we can do for you? I've got a few spells left. If I can heal some wounded, if I can help, please let me know.
You probably need to heal yourselves first. You're no good to anyone. Being
We're okay.
caught out. You're
Well, Nimran, I
okay,
think
but
we're not
we're a
that
lot
great.
better than most of you. Your group took the majority, the brunt of the force of the battle, which is much appreciated. My people, though capable, are not used to this kind of skirmish. So I appreciate you all being there and helping. But no, we should be fine. Most of those injured just need some rest, a bit of patching up, and they'll be okay.
Where can we meet with you after we recover?
You'll probably find me in the main area in the morning. I'm going to be getting things ready for cleaning up and making sure that we can defend ourselves should anything happen. And then I will be setting up, figuring out how to create a convoy to deal with. And he holds up the letter, this. So.
Oh, wonderful. We've never read it, but we hope that it is beneficial for you. We also have our friend Oriana. She doesn't seem to be in the right mind. Can you check her out? We know that these two will recover if they sleep and rest well, but her, we're not so sure.
Yes, there was a lot going on in the battle, but I believe Ginger used an arcane ability on your friend. an enchantment that clouds the mind, takes away thought and sense of self. Restorative magic, not healing, but restorative magic, I believe, should help. Those of you who are of the divine, may have the power and ability to heal it. I don't know if you still have that power with you today. You may have to wait until tomorrow, but if you have that and the necessary components for it, you should be okay.
It seems to be a bit more than kind of a blindness or deafness or paralyzed. Is you think it takes something greater?
Yes, it was a strong spell.
I will move over to Oriana and take out a diamond, I believe.
No, it's 100 gold of diamond dust,
Diamond dust. 100 gold
which I think
diamond
you
dust.
have, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, we went to a jeweler's before we left the city.
Yeah.
It should be in the bag of holding. Oriana had some
I
at some point, but
carry some on myself as well.
Yeah, so just
I will-
just minus that.
Yeah.
But as you begin casting the spell, you sort of dust Oriana with the diamond, and you watch as it kind of settles into her skin, and Oriana, you feel clarity come back to you as the feeble mind abates, and you are back to your senses.
oh my gods! Oh my!
How you doing?
Oh.
How many fingers do I have up?
Stop doing that. That's annoying.
How many veins do I have running up my neck?
I don't.
I'm just joking with you.
If there is nothing else you need of me, it seems you were able to figure it out. I'd like to get back to my people, make sure things are ready for the evening, and get some rest myself, along with others, so that we can be prepared for the morning.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll be okay.
If you need
As I slur my
anything,
words.
feel free to come into the main chamber. We always have guards walking about, and there are those that have different sleep schedules than others. So if you need anything, feel free to make yourselves known. But otherwise, you will find me in the morning.
Thank you.
Thanks you very much.
I'm sorry for your room.
It's extreme, but it was an extreme time. I was just surprised in the moment, and my people got caught in it, and I know that was not your intention. Things happen as they do in moments of great exertion and trial. So it is fine. We will just have to make sure that that room is sound before we attempt to clear it out or use it once more. But do not worry, I think the rest of the cabin should be fine.
I could help lift the stones back into place tomorrow, then someone could sort of magic them together, perhaps.
It'll probably take a bit more than that, as quite a bit of the cavern area collapsed in on itself. So I wouldn't want you to use that energy, as my guess is you will probably be traveling back to the city at some point, and you may need that on your way back. So don't worry, we will take care of ourselves. It will be fine. But I appreciate the offer.
And I'm grateful for your understanding.
He just nods and turns and heads out.
Oriana, how are you feeling?
Relieved at this point. Just play a quick little ditty on my violin just to make sure everything is working.
You get a big grin from Navari, and then one of her patented bone shattering slaps on the back. Good to hear it.
Oh my gosh, that was so scary. That was. Oh my gosh.
That was fun though, kind of. Maybe not for you guys. That was fine.
Avern, Oh my! Like just processing everything that had happened while I was feeble-minded. That that was very risky.
Yeah, but
It worked.
it flattened them.
Sure did.
Got it.
True, and thankfully no one got permanently damaged. At least, hopefully not. Aside from look over at Artemis.
Yes, I must say that I'm a bit concerned about my friend. We've never found a body, so I don't know where she went or what's going to happen next. And again, Kigu didn't know what was going on as well. He was blindsided by it. I didn't know Ginger for many years, so apparently she's not who I thought she was. Again, I'd like to see some of her rooms, see explore some of the space that she lives in, learn a little more, but I don't know really what to think. She wasn't what I expected at all.
Well, I mean, yeah, in the 14 years you didn't see her, that spice turned sour. So.
Yeah,
Make a
Artie,
good
people
point.
change.
Yes,
People
and this
change
one
and
not for
some-
the better.
Dire
don't beat yourself
circumstances can bring the worst out in people.
We might. I mean, to summon devils like that, especially one that powerful. I mean, maybe she had to deal with something, but I don't. I mean, I could ask Asmodeus, but I don't know if there's anything we can do.
I guess lick our wounds, and if it comes to fight her again, we fight her again. It's really all you can do once the person's gone.
I don't know. It's not my area of expertise, unfortunately.
I mean, when we get to the city, we can see if did the name Titivolus above table, did that ever like come out of her mouth at all? Like, do we know who that devil is? DM?
No, you never heard the name.
Okay.
You heard
Yeah,
the
but you
name
could
from you heard the name from DM saying this is what you fought.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
but just so I don't meta again.
Yeah, it was never spoken. So you just saw this like sort of gray-skinned, taller, devilish entity with this wry smirk and kind of sarcastic nature come after you, who is quite strong, using that very sort of black long sword that sucked your vitality as it hit you,
Okay.
and sort of
Well,
had the ability to puppet your friends a little bit.
Yeah, that wasn't fun to watch. Okay.
You know what? I've been holding off on doing this because I didn't want Sunshield City seeing her, but after what just happened there, I'm not traveling without her anymore. I'm going to summon Cinder, and I'm just gonna start casting Summon Greater Steed again.
Okay.
Inside the cavern?
You
Yes.
you cast a spell and nothing happens.
What?
Oh, we may be in a area where you can't cast spells. Maybe the rocks around us.
Shit.
No, you feel connected to your magic, but you get the sense that generally, or at least here, they have protected this place from being able to conjure things in, which also makes you think it's a bit strange that those entities were able to get in. But then you also think back to, they weren't conjured; they stepped through, almost like a tear in the realm that was created. So that wasn't a conjuring, but you get the sense of like trying to conjure something in this. No, they're arcane. They tend to know how to protect a place from having people who have power being able to do something like that, whether on purpose or by accident. But your spell slot is gone.
Yeah, I figured.
Oh.
Well, that's just a bit shite, isn't it?
Yeah, she wouldn't fit in here anyway, whoever Cinder is.
She would. You'd have seen Cinder.
Yeah,
we
you've
have-
seen
okay.
Cinder, the big.
Oh, okay.
It's like a flaming golden retriever-esque hellhound type Pegasus dog.
Is she a big girl?
Yeah, it's a mount. It's
Yeah.
it's a
Oh.
mount. That's Oriana's like fine
Large
grader like
size.
Oh,
mount.
I love
Arcanine?
that.
Which, yeah.
Uh, yeah, but
Okay.
you have seen Cinder once or twice before.
Okay.
Yeah, I just didn't take her with us to Veladon because I'm like, oh, hey, Veladon, the place that hates arcane magic. Maybe not a good place for an arcane.
I will also say this, Oriana, though your wits are just kind of, you realize summoning Cinder in here also probably wouldn't have been a good idea. Like, even though you were in the moment of like panic, I need this. Thinking now, you're kind of thinking like, yeah, her entire form would probably have like destroyed this room. And you were given nice hospitality after already tearing down half of their great hall, so that might not be the best way of showing your thanks and appreciation
That's
and
probably
respect.
it was the best anything. Damn it all.
Artemis is going to take out his bedroll and put it on the ground, and then take out a little book and write something into it as he looks over at Navari and thinks, there are good ships and there are wood ships. The ships that sail the sea, but the best ships are friendships, and may they always be. And I will drift off to sleep.
Okay.
It's like, oh, another word puzzle. No, it wasn't a word puzzle.
I should try.
Navari,
I hate
Navari kind of looks.
Stick.
Navari kind of looks a little suspiciously at Artemis, who's making weird eye contact at her, and she throws her bag into a corner of the room and leans back on it instead of, unrolling in bed, hands behind her head, and then she drifts off as well.
Okay.
DM, how wide is this room?
Not fairly, like, it's large enough that it has, I said, like, a couple of cots, and then a bit of room on the floor with, like, blankets and pillows and stuff like that. So it's, like, 2 cots, a desk, a chair, and then some, like, blankets and pillows. So maybe, like, I don't know, 8 by 12, maybe?
Okay, so
Something like
Lehman's
that.
tiny hut wouldn't fit in here.
No. I
Okay,
mean,
just 'cause that-
yeah, no, you'd have to, like, move the furniture out of the way and
Okay.
stuff like that for it to not, like, be caught in there.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that small.
Yeah.
I was just picturing like a bigger room with just a bunch of cots everywhere.
No,
in a
no.
hotel room.
We're in a
like-
cave.
Yeah, like, think of, like, think of hotel room size,
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Or, like, a bedroom, although I was, like, going to my bedroom, but my bedroom is actually, like, a fairly, I think mine is, like, 15 by 17 or something like that. It's quite large.
Jesus.
But, like, yeah, a normal, think of, like, 10 by 12, 8 by 12 kind of thing.
Okay. I'm just gonna collapse onto the cot, or I guess onto the floor, not even a bed, and just knock out.
Okay. Easily enough to
Yeah.
do.
So everyone wait until he thinks most people are asleep, at least, and then open his book, his artifact book, and then he's gonna put a synaptic static spell in there.
Okay. You cast the magic into it, and you watch as sort of these on a couple of the, like, blank pages, these, like, arcane runes show up of, like, the casting of the spell, as you know it has taken effect. All right. Anything else, Zavrin? We're just gonna head to sleep after that.
I guess in his mind he'll try to talk to that voice because I don't think we've rested since. It's been a long day, guys. I don't think he's rested since he was attempted to get suggested by somebody.
Yep.
And then he heard a voice and he was like, oh, that's strange. So he'll try to, like, think and be like, hello, is someone there? Strange voice? Zavrin here. I don't intend for this to work. I was just curious.
Make a wisdom save.
Ask and you shall receive.
Oh dear. Yes. Lucky number 13.
You feel everything go dark.
Oh. Okay then.
And you just feel like the static in your head. And you just hear, "You are a part of the greater whole. You will return soon enough. A part of me." And you everything's just black for you, but those of you still awake just sort of see Zavrin get up and like walk out of the room for a minute, just quietly. Doesn't seem strange or anything like that, just like getting up and kind of like going out to explore the wider cavern.
Zavrin, where are you going?
Just taking a look around.
And you say it's not. He doesn't seem to be acting suspicious.
No, like as he looks at you, he's like, a lot happened. I just need a bit of time to think.
Bathroom break.
And continues walking out.
All right, just don't be gone too long. You need to rest up for tomorrow. And I'll continue writing in my, not in my tome, but in my little pocketbook that I have.
Okay.
Just what is trying to figure out like how feeble mind works for later.
Okay. Navari? Oh, no, sorry. Navari already went. Artemis, Nemeron, and Navari. Rena finds one of the, like, another corner of the room, looks after Zavrin for a moment, but then figures he needs his own time and kind of shrugs and makes herself comfortable, goes to sleep. Zavrin, you're not sure how much later, but you come awake, quietly standing over a child sleeping in bed with your hands poised. But when you come to, not the child seems quiet. You're like in a dark room. You do see parents like sleeping just across the way. You found yourself in some private or like sleeping chambers of some of the people who live here. You do see like some light coming in to this like chamber from what's likely sort of the more centralized room. But you'll have to quietly make your way out.
Oh fuck! What the fuck? And he'll invisibility himself.
Okay. Cast invisibility, and easily enough are able to, I won't even make you make the stealth, easily enough are able to quietly navigate your way through and make your way out into that main room. And you come into that lit room, and unlike before, there aren't children running around like playing or anything like that, but you do see a few guards, a few people making weapons, a few people like reading, and it just seems like sort of like a calmer, quieter night shift. But now that you're back into this main area, you do know where your friends were taken, so you can head back that way if you would like.
Yes.
Okay, so you end up heading back in. Oriana, do you eventually find yourself to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone else in your group is asleep at this point. You see that there's probably like a cot left and some room on the floor if you would like. So you just
Oriana, me or me?
No, you, because you
Okay.
come in, everyone
yeah.
else is sleeping. I assume Oriana probably took one of the cots because no one else did. So there's one cot left, and then some floor space if you want.
Zavrin's just muttering to himself, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" And then he'll just like come back out of invisibility in there, make sure like he's okay. He's like, "All right, not doing that one again." And he'll lay down the cot and go to sleep and hopefully not have any bad dreams.
Okay. um, the night goes by relatively uneventfully for most of you, but Zavrin, you consistently, like, weaving in and out of various, like, scenes and dreams and visions, constantly get this pulsing purple light behind some kind of crystalline surface. But that's all you get. But you all get a long rest. You wake up in the morning. Those of you who had their vitality drained, your max HP is back to normal.
Oh.
You are
Oh, no.
rested and recovered.
What was my
You
max
may-
HP? I'm just kidding.
And you can choose your spells for the day.
All right, let's see. What am I gonna prepare today?
Nope, that's a domain spell. Can't get rid of that one.
All right. So, what do you all do?
And we have no idea what time of day it is, right?
You knew around what time you got here, which was like fairly late in the evening. Maybe like 10 in the evening, 11. By the time you went to bed, it was probably closer to like 1:30 in the morning. Given your rest, you figure it's probably like maybe around 10 in the morning at this point.
Okay.
But you're not sure the exact time, no.
Do I hear any commotion outside from like people hustling and bustling in the cavern?
Yeah, you do, just like taking a moment to like listen. You do hear a general just busyness of the outside. Sounds like people are up and about, maybe have been for maybe an hour or two, maybe
Okay.
longer. But it does sound like there's normal movement. It doesn't sound like there's like a commotion or anything like that of anything to be alarmed about, but just people generally going about their day.
Okay. And the veins are gone off my body, right? I'm not spider anymore.
No, you don't see
Okay.
them.
Okay. I'll just
Navari, if you're talking, you're muted.
Yeah. I think we should find something to eat and then catch up with Kigu, see what he's decided.
Agreed. I think that's our best plan.
Okay, so you all get up, get yourselves ready, and head to the main room. Inside, you again see many people milling about. You do see quite a few people sort of around that those great hall doors, and you do see people going in and out, likely trying to figure out how to reinforce that cavern or make sure that it's safe. You see people taking various like tools and things like that in, and you do see Kyugu standing sort of over in that direction, seeming to be conversing with Aranis. As you
How are your-
sort of,
oh.
sorry, yeah. As you head over to him, he turns and sees you and gives you kind of like a nod. Good morning.
Morning. How are your people doing?
Everyone will live. We're okay. How are you?
I'm alive, thankfully. I mean, not much more damage I can get than getting crushed by a bunch of rocks, but you know.
Well, I am glad you're all okay. Is there anything more you need from me or the people here?
Well, however, we can best assist you in your future plans, I guess, in brokering this meeting of sorts.
Well, that will probably take some time. I am going to work with some of my people here to get my own message to the king, set up an envoy to quietly get it to him. Don't worry, I have my ways. And then we'll see how our correspondence goes from there. Peace will not come in a night, but if he truly means what he has said, hopefully we can come to some sort of agreement over the next little while and figure out how to coexist. But it will take more than just a day.
Yeah, thank you for considering the history behind everything. I guess that's
You
really all I can say.
all had a lot to say, and I am not blinded by the past or things that have happened. I do take my people and their well-being into consideration in all of this, believe me. After reading this missive, what Justicar had to say was interesting and enlightening, to say the least, and, if truthful, could potentially change things. If he is the man that he says that he is, then hopefully there is a future for the arcane in the kingdom of Veladon.
And DM, was this a missive? Was this something he was supposed to sign, or were we just supposed to bring back word?
No, you were just supposed to bring it and
Just
deliver it and get him to kind of see that they want to make peace and kind of get the understanding that either get an answer of either he's going to, yes, he will try, or no, forget it, it's not happening. So the king wanted you to come back with at least some sort of answer of, yes, this could potentially go forward, or no, get prepared because you're going to get attacked. They don't want to have anything to do with you. So you get the sense that you kind of have that now, so you have what you need to take back to the king to show that you did what he asked.
Okay. I mean, I think we're all set to go, unless you guys want to stick around for a little bit longer.
If I could, I'd kind of like to see Ginger's room, see if I can connect to an old friend, if there's any memorabilia of the person I once knew.
Right, I can show you to her quarters. There's nothing in there that I think is useful for us, but if there's anything you feel is helpful, you're welcome to.
Did you find anything that might have led her to conjure things into here? Did give any notice of who she was praying to that, or dealing with, that led her to bring that devil in here?
No idea. Ginger was a very smart woman. She went through a lot, but taught herself how magic worked and studied quite hard. And I trusted her and her intelligence. Most of the time she did not steer me in the wrong direction. She had a good sense of things. But no, there was nothing to indicate that these things were going on in the background. But again, these kind of dealings never usually reveal themselves until their final moments. So, devils tend to be quite clever and tend not to leave a trace of their involvement. So,
Very well. I'll just take a
but
look
yes,
around.
of course, you are welcome. Here, please. And he walks you through like a tunnel to another set of chambers, and you eventually find like a closed door. And he opens it for you, and you see it's another fairly small room, desk, bed, dresser, and like a shelf. Inside, bed is made. Desk doesn't really have much on it. Has like a couple of pieces of paper that are blank, and some like writing implements. On the shelves, there looks to be a couple of pictures. You see one of Ginger and Kigu, and you see another one of your mother.
Very well.
You do see a couple of books on the shelves as well. Nothing that like as you like look through the spines of them, most of it is just like general studies. Some are like geography of the area, history of Veladon, a couple of like basic like arcane wizardry books of like basic magic, of like how to sort of write arcane runes, how to perform rituals, that kind of stuff, but nothing that like stands out as anything super like, oh, this has to be something.
So I guess what I was looking for, one, the picture I will definitely pick up. That seems very meaningful, and so I will pick that up to bring back to probably my mother, Piper.
Okay.
A book that has like, the beginning wizard books, I guess, is what she was. That would be really cool to take one of those as memorabilia. And I'm also thinking of like possible spells that I might be able to like track her. So would this book allow me to like track this person? I mean, she obviously passed away, but I'm thinking like, we don't know where her body is. Like maybe she exists somewhere on this plane. Would this book suffice as a way to find somebody who is the owner of the book?
I mean, it was one of her possessions, so potentially.
Okay.
It is like a piece of her, I don't know, like ownership or whatever. So yes.
My other thought was like a hairbrush or something that might have like her DNA on it. I know that's not a real thing, but
go ahead and make an investigation.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
DNA is a real thing. What are you talking about?
Okay, with a 17, I'll say, yeah, you like scouring through on one of the like dressers, you find like a comb, and there's some hair in the comb.
Perfect. I'll pick that up as well. Put that in my bag. And I'll look around and I'll say, well, my old friend, didn't see you for much longer than I would have hoped. I thought we'd have time to discuss what we've been through, and I will miss you, especially the opportunity that we could have had to be together or to converse. But maybe I'll see you again sometime in better circumstances. I thank you. And I'll leave.
Okay. And,
I have a question. Are the pages that were on the desk, were they loose leaf? Were they like?
Yeah.
I'll go down, and they're empty. Are they like?
Yeah, they're empty. Yeah, there's nothing on them.
I'll pocket them anyway, just to see.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You can take the pieces of paper. Kigu kind of gives you free reign of the room to do what you please with it.
Okay. And there's nothing else, no chests, no like hidden compartments, nothing.
Like I mean, easily enough, like it's a small room, so you like open the dressers, you just see like clothing, like various like robes and pants and like shirts and things like that. Obviously like female unmentionables like bras and underpants and things like that.
Toiletries and stuff.
Yeah.
Get
like
out of
very.
there. Don't need to look at that.
But like just it's like as you're opening, the things, but like as you like just like lift things and stuff like that to make sure like nothing's hidden under them. Actually, Nemeron, go ahead and make an investigation check since you said that you're kind of like doing this.
Okay, time to be nosy.
Guidance.
Nosy's my.
I give guidance.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so 22.
First time.
25.
All right, 25.
Nice.
With a 25, as you're kind of like looking through the drawers, in one of the drawers, actually like behind some of the bras, you do actually find a necklace with a it's not like an amulet, but it's like one of those claspy
Like
things that like opens up and
a
it has
locket?
picture.
Yeah,
Yeah, locket. Yeah. So a locket. I was losing the word, but a locket, and then like when you open it up, it has a picture of a man and a woman, both halflings, that you don't recognize.
Okay. But that's it.
But yeah, yeah. I'll say you just don't recognize them.
That's cool. I'll take that too, just for fun.
Okay. Yeah. It's just like a little silver like locket with a silver sort of chain.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm done.
All right. Yeah. And once you all head out, Kigu like closes the room behind you and sort of walks you like back out of the tunnel and just says, "If there is nothing else, I'm going to get back to getting things set up with my people and cleaning things up a little bit, but you should be able to head out without issue. The guards at the front will make sure that the barrier is dropped so that you can head back out. I would say the daytime is the best time to leave, but we all know how that is
That's a
right
lie.
now. I would say stay safe and be careful in that darkness. It can be quite cruel.
And if anything, we'll let you know what happens with the king and his advisors.
Sounds good. I appreciate that.
Okay.
You guys go ahead. I'll catch up. I need to ask you a few questions about some magic uses that I may have known growing up here.
I'll stay like between, if the rest of the group's heading on, I'll stay between Zavrin and them so I can be like in the mid,
Okay.
just in case.
So you guys start to walk off. And you kind of like stay in view but give Zavrin his space. And Kigu just says, "Yes, Zavrin."
So you've seen my powers now. Have you seen others that have the more innate magic manifest them in perhaps the same way, same color, same voices?
Everyone's magic is different. Voices, I don't know what you mean. I have innate magic. You saw the flames take hold of Ginger, black and purple. That is the color of my magic, but everyone's is slightly different. Everyone is tailored to their personality and who they are. Or for those who are learned individuals, how they've chosen to weave the threads of the arcane together to flavor what they do. So,
But no one has marks like these, and he'll pull down his collar and show like the tattoos that are wrapped around his neck.
yeah, Kigo will take a look. He like scours for a minute, thinks. I've not seen anything like that. I know a few languages, and that's nothing. No culture I would know. If I were to take a guess, I would say something otherworldly, but I cannot be certain.
I very much appreciate it. Thank you. I hope that we can learn from each other in the future, Kigu. Best wishes to you and your people, and I know you're going to make it better for children like me someday.
Well, you are my people as well, Saffron, so you always have a safe place here if you ever need it.
Thank you, Kigu. That means a lot to me.
Take care of yourself and be careful out there.
You as well.
He just nods, turns back to the group of people and starts like being, no, we need to move the rocks off to the side and start putting down, and like he's just explaining like what they need to do in order to rebuild. And Nemeron, you eventually see Zavrin sort of walking back towards you, and you can...
Everything's okay? You're good?
no others like me. I'm one of a kind.
That's not a
You
bad
guys,
thing, is it?
you guys are lucky. Come on,
Yeah,
it's a great
priceless.
thing. Yeah,
Good for money.
priceless.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just joking. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. I guess okay. We head out. Well, I head out. I start
Okay.
walking away.
Yeah, you guys eventually catch up to the rest of your group. You all get to that initial tunnel area, and you see a few of the guards waiting, and they kind of like nod to you as you head up, and they like stand up and take you towards where that strange sort of shimmering was. And you watch a couple of them like speak a few phrases in a language you guys don't understand. And the barrier drops, and they say, "Good luck."
DM, is Aranis part of the people that were up
No,
front?
Aranis stayed
No?
back with
Oh.
Kigu, is helping with.
Okay.
Aranis was one of the people that Kigu was talking about to as part of the envoy to like figure out what they needed to do with the king. You get
Okay.
the sense that like Kigu has a few trusted people, and that trust is a little shaken now that like what happened with Ginger, but Aranis is still one of the people that he probably
Part of the
trusts
inner
most.
circle.
Yeah.
Okay. As I walk out, I softly say to myself, "Not bad for a couple of king's pawns," and just walk out.
Do the rest of you follow?
Yep.
Okay. As you like proceed past, you hear that ritual sort of being spoken again, and as you turn, you watch that shimmering take its place, and you watch those guards sort of walk away and head out of view of you. And so you're back in that initial entrance point where eventually you'll turn around the corner and see that open cavern that eventually leads out into the darkness once more.
All right. Same as last time. Nice and quiet.
Do you want to lead the way?
Yeah, I think my sense of direction is flawless and hasn't gotten us in trouble yet.
No,
so
not at all.
Hold on.
Sure.
Before we go too far out there, I'm going to take 10 minutes and cast Find Greater Steed.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you do it once you're in the in that like one that
Yeah, the little
larger
alcove.
the larger cavern area? Yeah, easily enough. You are able to summon Cinder, and in that sort of like initial sort of mote of flame, eventually grows into the form of the creature.
is this mount casting a lot of light?
Yes,
Oh, is she?
she's
Yeah,
on
she's made of-
fire.
Oh, I thought that.
This mount is on fire.
I mean, not a lot of light. Like, it's not like a big blazing fire or anything, but she like produces dim light just naturally off of her fur.
Yeah.
Like
It
she
is-
is a
I
flaming
cast darkness.
hound, basically.
Just kidding.
Like, I wouldn't
DM.
say she's like a beacon of like bright light or anything like that, but she does just naturally provide a glow.
Alright.
DM, if it's midday, is it just as dark as it was when we left last night?
Yep, it's completely pitch black. When you
Okay.
look out of the cave, like you don't see any light at all.
Okay. Well, Navari, I cast guidance on her. I trust you. Let's do this.
Well, we're just doing what we did in reverse. I think we'll be okay. I think in Navari's sort of trying to lead the party back, she's going to learn a few lessons from last time and try to stick to. It's sort of uneven terrain around here, right?
Yep. Yeah, because you're like
So
close to cliffs.
Gonna try to stick to like where they can, like to valleys and
Forests and stuff.
yeah, even if that adds a little extra time, just we managed to do this in like a day in, a day out, so I feel like we're pretty efficient. I don't mind spending a little time.
Yeah, it was only like a couple of hours. Like it was only meant to actually be a couple of hours to get here. You just got lost initially, and then it took you a couple more hours to like get back on track. So you get the sense that even if you add a little bit of extra time, it's not gonna put you way. You should get back to the city still within daylight.
Okay, sounds good. That's what she's going to do.
Okay, given that you've already kind of like been in this area, you have the map, you have a good sense this time. Go ahead and make a survival check with advantage for me.
Yay.
Okay.
And I will say no guidance for this because this is over a period of time, like as she's leading you through the entire time.
24.
Okay, with a 24, you add maybe like what would maybe take an hour and a half to 2 hours, maybe takes you 2.5 to 3 hours as you kind of like guide the group. You do hear like, strange screeches at some points, and you kind of like see tracks, and you decide to like move off in a different direction to like skirt around them. And eventually, within that period of time, eventually see the big pillar of light up into a daylight sky that shines off of the city in front of you, and eventually you make it to the gates, where you kind of call up to the guards, and they come down and open the gates and scan you. They cast some detect magic on you and various other things, but you eventually are proven to be just travelers and allowed back into the city, and you are let back in to Sunshield City.
So, who's up for clearing our names?
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
that's
might as well.
Probably for the best.
It'd be nice to not be treated like an outcast everywhere. Well, maybe not. That's a lie. Sorry.
Should we take Aaron with us to meet with the king and
Oh,
give him the
definitely.
information?
Should we let her know that we've succeeded in whatever we're supposed to do?
Couldn't hurt.
Power up.
The
Are you-
Rocky Talkies?
The Rocky Talkies. I love that.
Who's calling Aaron? Or are all of you pressing your devices at the same time?
No, God, no.
Group call. Group call.
Well, yeah, it just would be a group kind of contact, but who's pressing it?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So you call after a few beeps. It takes like a minute or so, but eventually Erin's face pops up, and you just see her looking, and she's, hello.
Hi. We did the thing that we were sent to do. I don't know if you were present for that, but the king,
I wasn't present for it, but
Oh.
you did come to ask if you could take something.
Oh, that
for
worked out in our favor though.
yourselves. Right. Okay. Well, that's good.
Just wanted to let you know that we're good.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're good and not dead and haven't
Well-
found yourselves in worse trouble.
Well,
We're
I wouldn't go that far.
We've reached out to you, Aaron, because in order to gain information about Kigu's whereabouts, we kind of needed to drag our names through the mud a little bit.
Yes, you made that clear when you
Yes.
asked to steal something and said that you were trying to find information on the Shadowbrand.
That turned out
Well-
for the better.
Well, it did. It helped.
Good.
But we'd kind of like to clear our names now.
Okay.
So
we just-
do we just go see the king?
Royalty's hard. So is nobility. So we're just asking. We
Right.
don't want to offend anyone or step on anyone's toes.
I see. Right. I can meet you near the palace, I suppose.
Okay. I mean, better
and
now than
make sure
let this-
things are squared away.
Yeah. right?
Okay.
Unless we have anything else to do here in the city. I asked the rest of the party.
Well, I mean, you can still do things in the city. This will just mean that likely the guard won't think you're against important people in the city.
No, you're right. The sooner the better.
Okay. Meet me there in. Are you back in the city?
Yes,
Yes.
we are.
Okay, so
We just-
meet me there in 10 minutes or so.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Cool.
Okay, I'll see you there.
Bye.
DM, are we pulling any eyes as we're walking through this town with a large flaming dog?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You're coming
Oh
in.
no.
That.
Can you dispel it? Put it in the pocket dimension.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Can Cinder be dispelled? You can dispel a steed, right? Because it
question.
is conjured, correct?
Let me find out for you. You control the mountain common, it disappears temporarily when it drops during the casting spell again resummons. You can dismiss it as an action. You
There you
can't
go.
have more than one mount. Leaves behind whatever it was
So
carrying.
yes, it is conjured, so therefore it can be dispelled.
Yeah, dismissed as an action.
Well, that's if Oriana dismisses it. What I'm talking about, if someone targets
I got you.
Cinder with a dispel, so I would say you would have been stopped at the gates, and if you had tried to bring it in, bring Cinder in, it would have been dispelled. She would have been dispelled.
Could I tell the guard, would you believe she is my emotional support animal?
That is very nice. It is not a humanoid creature. And it
Fair
does
enough.
not look like a normal horse that carries something. And it actually detects as a fiend.
Yeah, that's true.
So it is not coming in this city.
Okay, I understand. Just
Like they don't actively attack you on sight when they
No, I
see it,
know.
but they're like, given its fiendish nature, sorry, that's what we're dealing with in the darkness.
I
We're not
understand.
allowing it back in.
I understand. And I'll just walk up to Cinder and just kind of give her some head scritches and just kind of rest my head on her head. I'm sorry, I'll see you again soon, I promise. I'll dismiss her.
Cool. And I'll just give you this. You get the sense that this is kind of like likely going to be the case at any of these cities with these barriers around them. These barriers are preventing fiendish or attempting to prevent fiendish things from entering within.
Oh, this is just fiendcist.
So you get the sense
I don't
that
actually
like
say that. I don't actually say that.
that is what they're trying to protect because that is generally what is attempting to attack them. But you get that sense. However, anywhere else that is not protected by these like light barriers, probably you should be fine within those places. But yeah, you get the sense that these barriers are very strong magic to keep anything out. And also, you get the sense that had you tried to, you remember what happened to the fiends when Aaron teleported you out of the ruins and how they disintegrated on impact. Had you have tried to walk Cinder into that, you are not sure you'd be able to resummon her again.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
so I will just say that. So be aware of that as you walk into these places of light. But yes, so all of you are walking. So you are not getting looks because you are not riding a giant flaming steed as you walk through the city. But eventually you find your way to that courtyard near the palace, and you do see Sora Aaron sort of standing by a fountain and she notices you, and she simply waves.
Hey, let's do
Hello.
this. Hi.
I can take you up. Make sure things are cleared. I have already informed some of the guard around the city, and those I know in places of power that it was all for show anyways, but I can make sure that you get in to see the king without issue.
Okay. Good. Thank
She
you.
like walks you up to the guard, and the guard kind of like halts you all, and she says, "It's fine. They actually have to speak with the king. I can clear things up, please." And they kind of like look between them for a second to like stare at you guys, and then like stare back at Aaron, and Aaron kind of gives them like a pointed look. She's like, "Please don't make me pull rank. I don't really want to do it." And they just like nod and open those gates and let you guys in. Eventually you are greeted by that same sort of like clerical individual that like got you the initial audience with the king, and she speaks with him, and she just says, they're here to finish up their business with the king. Everything was all for show. They needed to do it in order to infiltrate the Shadowbrand. I'll be back at my residence if you need me, but please do let them through. There is no ill will between their group and mine. And the individual just like kind of like nods, and Aaron just says, "If you need me, you know where to find me. Please don't ask to steal any more things. You will not get a yes. And if you try to do it in my home, gods be with you.
Alrighty.
Otherwise, I'll see you again sometime. We're still in the midst of researching, so yes.
Okay.
Good luck."
Thank you.
And she just continues off on her way back to her manor.
And are we in front of the king, or are we like being escorted?
No,
to...
you're being escorted like back to that sitting room again, and being told to wait another few minutes as they have to like present to the king that you guys are here to see him, because you were not like a scheduled visit or whatever. So they kind of have to like interrupt his other daily meetings and stuff like that. So you're taken back into that nice like sitting area that you were once before. The individual kind of leaves and tells you just to wait a few minutes, but eventually comes back and tells you that the king will see you, and you are brought once again into that throne room that's heavily decorated in that marble with those like statues of the various warriors, and you see the king sort of sitting there with the advisors around him, and he just says, "Ah, you're back. It is good to see you. You have news, I assume, if you're here."
Yes, we do, Your Majesty. And I give a little bow. So good news is that talks may be possible with the Shadowbrand and Kyu himself.
Excellent. That is good to hear.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes, it is.
It seems like there is some hesitation in your words. Is there something I need to be aware of?
Royalty makes me nervous, so I don't know how to act properly. I'm sorry.
I see. Well, please. I consider us friends at this point. You've done a great service to this city and the country, and people on both sides of things, so I appreciate it.
Your Highness,
Majesty.
at first, Your Majesty, my apologies.
It's fine, don't worry. I'm just...
At first, he was quite hesitant about meeting with you, but after sharing our stories of Artemis and Nemeron and myself with him, and helping him understand the kingdom that you are attempting to create, then and reading your letter, I think there's a strong chance for something positive for both sides out of this.
Good. I will await correspondence from him then. I assume I will receive it probably within the week, I would think. But I will wait to see him make his move, and hopefully, if he truly does want peace, we will not see more attacks from his people over the next little while. That will give me hope that he is really considering peace between our people.
No,
Well,
he will for the most part. He will.
that is good. Well,
He is a good leader. He just wants his people taken care of and safe.
I understand that.
While we
all-
were,
Oh, go ahead, Artemis.
if I may, Your Majesty, while we were meeting with Kigu, we found that there was a strong magic user in the group that had kind of turned against him, and we dispatched this individual.
I see.
Ginger, I don't know if you've ever. Ginger Rosemary was her name. She is no more with the Shadowbrand, and if that pleases you, we've done that as well. Kigu does not have as many strong arms as he once had. You may find benefit when he comes looking for aid, and he did agree to do what was said on the letter. So I thank you very much, and I hope that this puts me in your good graces. So I thank you.
Well, it saddens me to hear that there was dissension in his own ranks and that you all had to take up arms. This was meant to be a peaceful envoy.
With all due respect, Your Majesty, she brought it upon herself. So the stars greeted her as best as they could.
Fair enough. I do not know what happened, but I am sorry that you were placed into danger beyond having to go out into the darkness. It was a tall ask and order of you, and it is most appreciated by me and the kingdom. In regards to what you have done, yes, Artemis, your deeds here have shown that you wish for what is best for people in general, and so your charges will be completely dropped. Your mother is free to go where she wishes, although she has been for quite some time.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to have our names cleared. And
Beyond just that, you and your actions have shown that you wish to do what is best for people in general, and we need more souls like yours to help defend those who cannot defend themselves. And so I present to you, and he like waves his hand, and you see one of like the attendants, two attendants with this like chest walk over and like set it down in front of you, and it's like this gilded sort of like blue carved chest with this like with these like gold accents on it, and they like unlatch it and lift it, and he just says, "This has been defended by our kingdom for a long time, seeking someone who would wield it in the ways necessary. We have kept it protected, as it, in the wrong hands, could be used for nefarious purposes, but I believe that you working with Lux Eterna and attempting to figure out how we abate this latest catastrophe, you could use this and wield it in a necessary way to help us all." And within the chest, you see a set of armor. It is, let me just give you a description of it. It's this like studded leather armor with coral and covered bits of decorative seashell all woven into it. You can see that its exterior seems like constantly damp with this like sort of magical sort of watery film. Yeah, that's kind of like what you see, and I can you will have a picture of it when someone decides to wield it, but it is there for you to pick up and procure.
Thank you very much, Your Majesty. This is more than I had asked for. I appreciate your trust in us to make change. We will continue to gather our strength and protect the places around to change this world back to its peaceful center. It definitely needs our guidance and light. We will shine as bright as we can. Thank you very much.
Good. Well, I hope that this is enough as thanks for your efforts, and if we do cross paths again and you are back in the city and I have need of you, I will send a missive for your aid. But I am sure that you have many other things that need doing, and so I will not keep you. Good luck.
As do you. Thank you very much.
And he like nods and kind of like waits for you to take the armor and turn and kind of be guided out of the throne room.
As we're like walking away, I look at the armor. That's fancy, actually.
So damp and moist.
Navari's gonna shut the lid on their admiration and just pick up the chest and say, "Yeah, let's go."
Wait, are we taking the chest too, or just the armor?
No, like the armor was like, I mean, you could, but it's like kind of unwieldy to like take the entire chest. So
Okay.
like if you try to
Okay.
take the chest, they're kind of gonna look at you strangely. They won't stop you, but it's like this quite heavy chest. Like the chest is more like for decoration and presentation than
Oh.
like actual utility of anything.
It's the fine china.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was like it's like when they like when you see like a nice necklace or a ring presented on one of those like nice like velvet pillows or whatever. You don't generally take the pillow with the necklace. You could, but like
like
the
a mint
necklace,
when you go to
the
a
necklace
restaurant
is
or
like
something.
you know
You take it on the way
$50,000 and the pillow's like $5, and you're like, do you really want that part too? So
Okay,
it's
that's
up to
fair.
you could, but I assumed that you guys would have just like lifted out the armor, kind of like looked it over, and then taken it with you or put it in your bag of holding or whatever.
I mean, we can look at it at the blue mattress if we still have a room there. I should have paid for enough nights to.
Yeah,
Keep
you
us
should be
there.
good. You only stayed an extra night out, so I think you paid like 2 or 3 nights extra.
Okay.
So cool. All right, so you guys head out. Do you actually take the chest?
Well, if it's
Oh.
If you really want to, I
if
can
If
help
he
it's-
you.
tries to take the chest, I'm gonna no, just and just pick
Oh,
up the arm.
okay.
and
It's
into
pretty
the-
though.
Okay, yeah. So you guys have the armor. You head out of you're like guided out of the throne room. The doors close behind you. You are guided back to like the front of the palace and left to your own devices to head out.
Did he
just
just say
saying
that
if
he
I-
considered us friends?
We did.
Are we Facebook friends with them?
I think we are.
Does that mean we can ask him for money?
Well, I
No,
think we're doing
no,
quite
maybe not
fine
that
with our
far.
money.
Incredibly tacky.
Huh?
That's incredibly tacky.
Tacky and useful. He's rich. I'm just
What-
joking. That's a
what
joke.
money do we need?
Oh, that's true.
I'm just like walk up to Denver. I'm just saying, taking the chest is kind of like taking the blankets when you leave an inn. You know, it's just it's kind of like it's a really kind of weird thing to do.
Yeah, take the soaps and the shampoos.
You don't take the blankets when you leave a hotel?
Have you been stealing blankets from everywhere we've been staying as we traveled?
How long have you known me and believed that I haven't been taking things from everywhere we've stayed?
I mean, I assumed you took like I don't know, dust
Writing
bunnies.
utensil, maybe.
Well, you use for
I-
dust
I-
bunnies compared to blankets.
I don't take the blankets every time. I just take blankets when the previous ones are thoroughly soiled.
Okay, that's fair though. That's fair. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Right?
Don't you just
Well,
wash the
much.
blankets that we own?
well,
We have several blankets.
When are we gonna get to do time to do that?
I cast prestidigitation.
You've never offered to prestidigitate our blankets though.
I just assumed that you guys were washing them. Have you been sleeping in crusty, filthy blankets this entire time?
I sleep on the
it's a-
floor.
It's a contained ecosystem. I leave the old Crody blankets
Oh my
and take the
God.
new ones.
I am cleaning everything at that house when we get back. I don't care if
Ooh.
it takes all day.
Right, we have a house.
Yeah, back in Ravenhurst.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna tell me you have to wash dishes?
I was always wondering why you kept breaking them and getting new ones. Everywhere we go, you just get a
I mean,
new
if you
one.
eat with your hands, you have no dishes to wash, right?
There you go.
I'm
Alrighty.
surrounded by the uncivilized. I don't believe it.
I was a mercenary. We make do. I guess. And I look down at my hands. Yeah, we make do.
Well, Zavran, I know.
Look at his hands real quick. How filthy are his hands?
My hands?
Yes.
They're extremely calloused from holding the axe. And like, there's like a little bit of scarring, but they're dirty.
Prestidigitation. All over his hands.
Navari's gonna stick her hands in her pockets.
Wait,
I don't know.
you've been bathing, right, Navari? Navari.
Yeah.
It hasn't rained. I don't think she has.
Insight check.
Oh no.
Go ahead.
We seem to roll against each other quite frequently.
I know. This is
We're
this is a
shady.
fun this is a
Something's
this is a
coming out
fun
of
one though. It doesn't.
Yeah.
What is that? Is
Are you trying to be
What are we
deceptive,
rolling?
Navari, or
I mean, you don't have
You
to
can-
tell me
you
what
can
to
deceptive.
and you can whisper. it
okay?
to
So
me.
go ahead and roll the deception, and then you can
Oh,
say
no.
whatever you want. If you beat her insight, you can say, "Oh yeah,
Oof.
natural
Oh.
20." Whatever you want, she'll believe it.
You wasted a natural 20.
Navari rolls them all the
Those
time.
are the best.
though.
Those are the best natural 20s, though.
she's not gonna run live, but she's gonna say, "Oh, you know, I do what's necessary to keep up suitable appearances wherever I go."
PM,
You
as
will-
she's saying that,
mean-
does she actively smell?
I mean,
Perception
I
check.
mean, as much as I will say, like as much as any of you do, like you've been a day, you've dealt with like creature guts, you've had rocks thrown on you, you've been bleeding, you've
Okay, fair.
cleaned up generally, but you probably all stink a little bit because you haven't had a chance to bathe in the last like day since
Okay, that's fair.
you've gone through 2 battles outside.
Okay, that's fair.
Navari's a bit more of a let nature take care of things. So she's like the kind of person who takes a happy like walk out in the rain.
Scrubbing as she goes along.
Yeah.
So
Dives
Navari,
into rivers,
Navari
that
maybe
kind of
smells
thing.
a little bit more than you guys. Maybe.
Artemis
Since
takes
we've
out
been-
a book and starts writing soap.
Toiletries.
I would say prior to being stuck in a city, Navari probably was fine because she was using like rivers and stuff. And since we've been stuck in a city,
Okay, that's
not
fair.
so much. The
Okay,
last
yeah.
bath was when she was a cat and got tossed into a rain barrel.
Oh, there you go.
Well, I think we should either go back to the blue mattress, or I'm gonna go see my mom and deliver this portrait to her, the picture that I got. You don't all have to come with me, but that's kind of what I'd like to do today.
Oh, and I like slightly like I pull out one of the sheets of paper I took from Pepper's desk. I got these papers
Ginger.
from Ginger. Sorry.
I know. I got it mixed up too.
Ginger's desk, and I kind of want to look at these a little bit closer. So I want to do that in private.
Okay.
I mean, if you guys want to dick around the city, I don't know. I'll go back to the blue mattress and I'll be there if you guys
I mean,
need me.
if you all have something that you want to do, I would probably go to one of the bigger libraries. And
Now that we're
see
not
if I can
criminals
do any
anymore.
Yes, now that we're not criminals anymore.
Thank you for that song, by the way. That's all you. I'm just joking. I'm sorry.
Listen,
We go back to that tavern and do some dancing.
no,
Oh yeah.
no,
Why?
no.
Why?
The way to celebrate, right, Navari?
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
too,
the best
it's
way to
too
celebrate
early
is
anyway.
a
It's like
drink.
midday. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I can
It's-
see. I can sense some sort of little sparks there. You and the half.
We're going to
when
see
we were there.
books dance again.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes, we are.
It's
Books.
afternoon.
Oh, maybe later. I don't know what time it is.
All right, so where are y'all heading? So Artemis is going to see his mother. Nemeron's
heading to the
going
Blue
back
Mattress.
to the Blue Mattress. Rena will probably just go back to the Blue Mattress with you, Nemeron. Chill out. Navari, Zavrin.
Drinks?
Zavrin wants to go with Artemis and then swing by his family on the way back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Navari looks around at the options and then settles on Oriana and just shrugs and says, whatever you're doing.
I'm going to the library.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to help out, I could use some help with the research.
Think long and hard, Navari.
I'll say
Nemeron?
this: you don't have to do any reading if you don't want to do any reading. We'll find you some nice nautical maps.
Nemeron, what are you doing?
Something tells me there's something hidden on this piece of paper, but I don't want to do what I'm going to do in front of the public's eye, so I have to go to a smaller room to do it.
I love doing things that can't be done in public.
Okay, cool. It sounds very questionable when you said it that way, but let's do it.
Okay, so you're going back with Nemeron.
Yeah.
Oriana's going to library. Okay. Okay, so Nemeron and Navari, you head back to the Blue Mattress. Navari, are you the one also holding the? Are you the one who took the armor, or who has the armor?
Attune to it. Tell us what it is.
I think Navari said she would take it out of the.
I
The
out of
chest.
character, I don't want to be a jerk and just wield the armor. So I'll have it.
You can just get a sense of what it does without attuning to it, and then bring it to us.
No, you have to attune to it in order to
Just
get
attune
the.
to it. Let's see him turn
Just attune
into a
to it.
fish.
Yeah, just attune to
man.
it, and when it true polymorphs you into a guppy,
Oh, that's
put
cute.
you in a
actually.
little bucket.
Like a guppy with
Unless
one
you-
horn.
Unless we're all hell bent on figuring out what it does right away, I don't think Navari would.
Okay, so it's probably in
Just
the bag
put
of
it
holding
on.
then.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay, so Navari, Nemeron, you head back to the Blue Mattress. You go into the room that you have, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what are you doing?
Okay, so help me lay these papers out just flat on the bed, just so we can, see every page. Something tells me that something's hidden.
Yeah, sure. And she'll start doing that.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast see invisibility, and see if I can I don't know. That's a little bit of a stretch, but see
Okay.
if there's anything hidden on the pages.
Yeah, you cast the invisibility. Pages or
Okay.
pages.
Pages or pages. Okay. And I just look up at you, Navari, with these star-filled eyes.
Yep.
These are there's okay. Never mind. My instincts were wrong. There's nothing here.
Well, hang on. Sometimes, they hide things in pages, and she'll kind of hold one up to the light of the window.
Uh-huh. Go ahead and make a perception check.
You're good at those. Let's do it.
Whoa, 28.
28.
Jesus.
The light comes slightly through the paper. You don't see any markings or anything like that.
She'll put it down and say, when we wanted to pass messages on the ship, we would write stuff in lemon juice, but I don't think that whoever's passing messages here would be quite so rudimentary.
True. Do I want to waste another spell? No. Maybe I should probably save my energy. Something tells me there's something here. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'll just pocket the papers and save them for later.
All right. Oriana, you head to which library?
I don't remember if you told me what the name of it was. The big fancy one that you said I probably shouldn't go to while we're
Yeah, the one in the one by the palace.
Yes.
Okay, so I believe that one is, I want to say the House of Knowledge. Nope, not the House of Knowledge. The Marble Tomes.
Okay.
So the Marble Tomes. So you head sort of back towards the palace. and sort of on one side of the courtyard, there's this just large, sort of beautiful, sort of marble and sort of gilded etching, and these like stained glass windows, with this like sort of tall spire peak, with these like large wooden doors with this sort of like etched sort of tome with like an eye in the center on it. But as you like step up, the people sort of standing at the doors like open the doors for you, and you are allowed inside.
I assume the eye is like the symbol of Ioun.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will head inside.
You do so, and it is massive. There are 5 floors, books on every side, in stacks that are like maybe 10 feet tall or so. Have like 6 or 7 shelves on each. These large tables in the center with where people can like take their books and sit down and read them. There's a few like more comfortable chairs and couches and sofas and things like that around the area as well, in various corners and nooks, and some tables for people to like rest books on and things like that. There's a main desk near the entryway where people come to ask questions, and you see various like clerks taking books that have been brought back or people have taken off of shelves and like going and putting them back in the right places. Yeah, you see just various workers all over the place.
I will try. You said there was like a reception desk?
Mm-hmm.
I will go there and
Okay.
Ask if there is a section where I could read more about the Feywild.
Yeah, the person there tells you head up to the 3rd floor into the northwestern corner.
I will
There
do
you
that.
should see books on the Fey and the Feywild.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay. You take your time, eventually head up there, and get to that area, and you see books of all different kinds that have like different things about fairies, fey creatures, fey areas, locations, things like that.
I will find one book on general Feywild knowledge, lore, things like that.
Mhm.
One on local flora and or fauna,
Okay.
and a book. Where was it specifically? It was the Unseelie Court.
Yep.
And if I can find something on the Unseelie Court, I will
Okay,
do that.
go ahead and make an investigation check for all these books.
I will do that. Investigation. 22.
Okay. So you pick a book for each. It's going to take you a while to get through all of this stuff, so it's going to be quite a few hours. How much time were you planning on spending?
At least till nightfall.
Okay.
We'll kind of see like where I'm going when it's around dinner time. Like, am I making
Okay.
a lot of progress? Am I close to a breakthrough on something?
All right. All right. So if you're spending that much time, then here's what you get. The Feywild. You learn that the Feywild is a place of unrestrained and awe-inspiring natural beauty. It is generally a place that is always bathed in this like twilight or like sunset or like sunrise. It doesn't have like a natural day-night cycle like the prime material plane does. And generally it has like there are like lanterns from different places, or like the various like flora and like fireflies that provide sort of like dim and like haunting light of the area. All sensations are heightened while in the Feywild, both sensory and emotional. So, smells are stronger, colors are more vivid, sounds are clearer, but shadows are darker, impulses can be harder to control, that kind of thing. And emotions can actually alter the Feywild itself. So, if you're sad, weather will tend to darken, flowers might wilt, grasses might gray and decay. Animals could be more aggressive, those kinds of things. It is very similar to the Primaterial Plane in its sort of geographical nature, but not quite entirely the same. Valleys are more dramatic and sharper and things like that. Rivers are clearer and faster. Flowers are brighter and more fragrant. And weather is more unpredictable, I guess is the right word. You also know that you also learn that arcane magic tends to run more freely and powerfully in the Feywild than it does in the Primaterial Plane. And so arcane tends to be amplified in power and duration when in the Feywild. But it can also manifest in very unexpected ways, unlike in the Primaterial Plane. In terms of flora and fauna, you learn that it is home to many unique varieties of plant life, including many different types of fungi that hold supernatural properties, things like elder caps, hummingbrellas, executioner's hoods, those kinds of things. But also a variety of beautiful flowers and plants as well. That is as much as you get on the flora and fauna, unless you specifically start to dig into
Not really. I'm running out of time.
The botany of everything.
Yeah.
And what was the last book you wanted again? The Unseelie
Court, if I could find something on it.
Right. Okay, so with the Unseelie Court, so you learn that what's a good way to say this? You learn that there are sort of two factions within the Feywild. The Seelie Court, which generally represents the seasons of spring and summer, and the Unseelie Court, or the Gloaming Court, which represents sort of the autumn-winter seasons. You know that the Unseelie Court is overseen by the Queen of Air and Darkness, Mab, and they tend to engage in wild hunts, in esoteric magic and rituals, and tend to be of darker nature than those of the spring and summer, those of the Seelie Court. They are very cunning. You learn that Fae cannot tell lies, but are very good with their words, and tend to unknowingly, just Fae in general, tend to unknowingly trap travelers and those who are not aware of their nature in agreements and pacts that they had no idea that they were agreeing to or taking part in. And of anyone who is good at manipulating and turning a a situation in their favor, it is those of the Unseelie Court. I think that that is what you would gather over a course of many hours of reading. Cool. All right. Artemis and Zavrin. Artemis, you head. Sorry.
Would now be a good time for a break? I don't know if we're in the middle of anything, but I.
Oh, right. Yeah, actually, this is a good time for a break. Perfect. Yeah, before we start on the reunion with Piper and seeing Zavrin meet his family once more, let's take a quick break, get a drink, use the restroom, stretch your legs, and we will be back shortly to continue with this adventure. So don't go anywhere. Please stick around, and we will be back in just a few. All right, we are back. So, all right, so Artemis and Zavrin, you are heading on your way to the Arcane Bastion. Is there anything specific you would like to do on the way, or do you want to just get there?
All I'm saying is Rena just ran out of the room and she never came back while we were fighting. I don't know what was going on.
Well, he was pretty scary looking.
I would agree. But speaking of the things that are coming up, you said that you wanted to meet with your family.
Well, so I won't get off my back of it, of course, you know. They'll stop bothering me about it.
Yeah. What can you tell me about your parents, if that's who you're coming to see?
Well, I'm sure you'll find out soon enough. We're from a noble family. My mother's noble, father's military man. Got together, had a couple kids, did the whole shebang, that kind of thing.
And then I guess that you were kind of in the background there. Your father being in the high up ranks and working with wars and stuff.
Yeah, they tended to like my older brother a little bit better.
What does he have that you don't have?
Age, I suppose.
So you're the youngin' then?
Yeah, one of the youngins. But for you, are you going to tell your mother about Ginger?
I think I have to. I know that they were close and they got taken together. I know that you were the one to kind of end the fight, but which needed to be done. You saved us in that situation. My mom definitely would respect that. You know that it had to be done as well.
Even the devil thing.
It's a funny thing. You might assume that someone wouldn't understand and would hold something against you. But when they're family and they haven't seen you for a long time, some of that just disappears. And you're happy to see them all over again.
Don't think about that statement.
When I went to my mother and saw her, I imagine she'd be angry at me. She may not even recognize me. I didn't need to say any of that. All I needed to say was what I was thinking and what I wanted to tell her, and that I was sorry, and that I wished that we could have been together more, and that I'll make it up to her now. And that maybe some my guidance to you for this conversation, although I can cast a spell on you to make you a little bit more charismatic if you need it.
No, I have enough spells on me for a bit, but
I at least asked, unlike others in the group that I heard about.
it was a little rough. But I'll borrow some of that. Yeah, appreciate it.
I noticed you also spoke with Kigo about your abilities. Did you get any guidance or answers?
Just I'm just one of a kind. You guys are lucky to have me. You're blessed to have me with you.
I would agree. You've been nothing but help and support.
Yeah. I just wanted to see if there's others that have my marks on my bodies, but apparently not.
Well, maybe in our journeys we'll be able to find something out. We could always have Oriana go to the library, find out something on that as well.
Yeah. Speaking of library, I know everyone's kind of trying to get tight with their deity mommy and daddy, so I probably should do mine as well.
I'm with you there. I haven't spoken to Avandra very frequently. I suppose I should probably do that a bit more. And what is the one you identify with?
Ayun,
Oh,
which is good. I need some help from her. I want to help her as well, of course.
yes, I could do some of that as well. Helping back. I'm not sure what we do for a god. They seem to have a lot of things taken care of, but we are doing
Right.
what we can here. And they are asking for our assistance, and I'm happy to guide them and help.
Like, do you have to go to a temple to do it? So would like the Ayuns be out of like a library or bookstore or university or something like that?
Yeah, I think you get better reception if you're in a temple. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll to figure out. Is there a Temple of Ayun that we would have known about growing up here?
You know that there is a temple in the Marble Tomes. And that's probably the only open one. Ayun is respected because of like knowledge and sharing knowledge, but she is also treated with a cautiousness in Veladon because she is also
Magic.
Yeah, she is also associated with associated with like knowledge and prophecy, but also arcane magic, divination, those kinds of things.
Well, she is the mother of knowledge, so I guess I'll have to, I don't know, surround myself with books or something. Maybe she'll like that.
You want to be around Oriana more frequently? Is that what you're saying? Around
Oh,
books?
just borrowing her books, because
Oh, books. Yes.
yeah, someone said out once upon a time that knowledge is half the battle.
Yes, we could use some knowledge, some information, how to find these things. I know we make, efforts towards going to the Feywild and such, but I think in a few more battles and strength a bit, we might be able to take ourselves there, or at least I have an idea of how we might be able to.
We really don't have to go. I've heard bad things.
Well, I'll leave it at that then. We're almost here to the Arcane Bastion.
All right.
All right, you head up into the bastion, and the sort of reception area kind of recognizes you and kind of lets you go forward and through. You go up to your mother's room and knock on the door, and after a moment you hear, "Oh, give me a moment," and you hear a few like pitter patter of footsteps before the door opens, and your mother sees you. She says, "Oh, Arte, come in, come in."
I brought
Oh,
a friend with
you
me.
brought a friend. Come,
Zavrin.
come, Zavrin.
Yes.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Oh,
She
yes.
takes your hand
yes.
and shakes it, and
You're
both of.
very strong for such a small creature.
Oh, come in, come in. I've got a little bit of stew bacon. Would you like some?
That'd be wonderful. Zavrin, did you care for some?
Sure, why not?
Oh, I'm sure you look a little bit wiry. You probably need a bit of some good filling in your tummy. All right. I heard you came by looking for me. Well, I'm sorry.
I
I was out. I do make my rounds in the city every so often. I don't just sit in here and waste away doing nothing.
we were here to wish you a good day, and I was going off to do some work for the king. You'll actually be quite satisfied. I know this may not impact you too much, but you're now free to go as you like. You don't have to stay here anymore. I worked it out with the king if you'd like.
Oh, no one was forcing me to stay here.
Well,
I
apparently
chose
I've been
to
tricked then.
Probably. Sometimes people in high places can be quite tricksy with their words, but no, the king's been only kindly to me. I've been able to go where I please, but living here's been great, and there's a lot of people who need help here, and I help them when I can, and then I help the city when I can as well. And yeah, nothing's chaining me to this place.
Well, I'm glad that you're happy here. I will let you go where you like, but my journey will take me elsewhere. I am indebted to these people, and I must assist my friends, Zavrin included. It's important to kind of see if we can dispel this horrible darkness that's befell the world.
Of course, if you've got important duties to perform, who am I to stop you from doing that? And she goes and grabs some stew for each of you and puts a bowl in front of you. She says, I'd come along with you, but these old bones, I'm not sure I'd be too much use. Also, there's
Wouldn't
so
want you
many
coming,
people.
Actually.
Oh, well. I'm sure you just don't want your mother seeing some of the trouble you get yourself into.
Oh, you should see this guy in battle. He's badass.
I'm sure he is.
Boosting us with his magic, making us all bonded together, and then bringing people back from the dead.
You're
Well, they
dying.
were only unconscious a bit, but I've healed a few. And I've heard you've done the same. You seem to
I
have
try.
some powerful abilities.
I'm not sure powerful, but I try my best. There's been so many people coming in injured, from what's been out there. I can't imagine it, but I do what I can for those coming in, try to heal them of their afflictions, help them find a place, put some good food in their stomachs, and find a place for them to rest their weary bones. That's the best we can do here, and like I said, as much as I'd love to see what adventures you get on up to and stay close to you, I think my place is here helping the people of this city.
Well, I'll know where to find you.
Of course.
I have some good news regarding all the people you heal. There may not be much more healing needing to be done. We met with the mage hunters and are going to have them meet with the king, see if there can be a truce or some peace between them. But there was some casualty. You had mentioned that Ginger was taken, and she was quite friendly with the mage hunters. She didn't.
You mean the Shadowbrand?
Oh, the Shadowbrand. The Shadowbrand. My mistake. The Shadowbrand. She made some poor decisions that was gonna turn the Shadowbrand not to keep them unpeaceful and fight against Sunshield City. So she took up arms against us, and
oh no,
she wouldn't stop.
I see.
She is no more. I apologize, but I visited her stead, and where she lived, she had this. I'll take out the photo, and I think it's quite endearing to know that she still had a soft spot for you. She had this on her nightstand.
I tried to take her under my wing and help her study when she first came. I know how distraught she was about her own folks. But, I feel so terrible. If I had only been able to keep her from being taken, perhaps things would have turned out so differently for her. Oh,
I think she had her freedom when she was with Kigu. She readily stayed there. It was not anything on your fault.
see, well, it's very sad to hear. I'll say a prayer for her.
I thank you.
Oh, well. What's your next, adventure?
It's funny you should ask. We have all these family reunions, and Zavran's got one coming up as well. He's a bit nervous about it.
Oh, you're
ours-
going to see your folks?
Oh, well, one of them.
I see. You're from this city as well, or somewhere else that you have to travel?
Oh no, we're pretty close.
I see. Well, I'm sure your father or mother or whoever your parent will be very, very happy to see you again. I know I was so happy to see Artie.
I hope so. Not quite sure how it will go, but I appreciate it.
Well, all parents love their children, or at least the good ones. And you seem like a good lad. If you've been traveling here with my son, I believe that you probably are, so I'm sure your parents loved you very much and would be happy to see you again.
Oh, Audie has made me better and made really all of us better. And he'll slap Artemis in the back.
Oh, that's good to know. Now eat up, eat up. You gotta be strong, especially if you're gonna be seating your folk.
I appreciate all the nourishment you give me and the knowledge. And I'll
course.
call on you when I have some free conversation. Is it okay if I were to wake you in the middle of the night for whatever reason? I'd like to tell you of my travels.
You can call me anytime.
Thank you, Mom. I appreciate all the willingness that you've had to support me and come back to support me as well. And this reunion has been wonderful. I
Well,
look forward to speaking with you more frequently as well.
okay. Well, hopefully you're able to help with this whole situation. If things get back to more normal means, then we can talk about the future.
I'm working towards keeping one that's bright for all of us. And I appreciate your understanding. I know we've only reconnected in the past couple days, and I appreciate you understanding that I'll be leaving again. Thank you.
I can't stop you. You've got important things to do. I just ask that you be as careful as you can, be smart, and take care of yourself.
I've got a team, friendly people with me. I don't see if the troubles become too great, we'll find a way out, strengthen ourselves, go back in.
Okay. Well, now that I've met another of your friends, I know who to blame if anything happens to you. So I'll be looking after you, Mr. Zavran.
I think he really likes the stew that you prepared. It's quite delicious.
It's a good thing I didn't put any deathcap mushroom in there.
Trying to strengthen us that way, eh?
Take good care of my boy. And she just like pats you on the back. But it's delicious stew, huh?
It's very good, yes. With or without the death cap.
I'm just kidding with you. But please do take care of Artemis. He can sometimes get away with himself. He did when he was a boy.
course.
But again,
As-
thank you for the stew. Zavrin, do you have any questions for my mum? Meeting with your family as well?
Um, not as much about my family, but you like it here, right? As a magic user,
I do. Yeah,
and you're really free.
I am.
What 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 of those who aren't as free? What happens to them?
Well, no one's not free. Everyone has to learn. We are given lessons, and not bad lessons, training for how to access our abilities, or the people who have strong, smart minds really understand magic in that way. Also have studies that they can take to help them hone those abilities properly. Once we are past a certain point where they believe that we have enough control over what we can do, for those of us who have the inherent nature of the arcane, we're given the option to mill about, be ourselves, or continue to stay and train more, see if we can do more, help others with what we've been given as a gift. Some stay, and some choose to move on, do something different with their lives. Not everyone wants to be an arcane practitioner. Um, Sometimes it leads to more trouble than it's worth. You have to defend the city or fight in battles, and some people are just not about that life. Or healing, or doing those. Some just want to be a merchant, or a farmer, or something else. And they're allowed to. But there are those that feel like there are too many restrictions placed on them, and they try to act out or lash out. Initially, those people are given warnings. There's an attempt to correct those behaviors, but some choose to take that freedom and squander it, and they are detained and placed in the cells below. But that's a choice. If you choose to go out and harm someone, even if you're not a magic user, if you get caught, well, expect to be thrown in a prison cell, tried, and face your punishment.
Well, Artemis, I think we did the right thing then. And I hope that you will soon have many more neighbors.
Hopefully we can talk to them, show them. It's not always been this way. These things have been relatively recent. When I was first brought here, it took change. And eventually things did change. And things have changed. But you have to believe in the best in people. And have hope. And there has been. And there has been good change here. And reparations have been made. And it's not perfect. Of course, people have been hurt. But if we just keep lashing out at one another, the cycle will never end. Someone's got to stop it. Someone's got to make the choice to live in harmony with the other side.
Well, we can only hope for the best, and if they ever mess you up, let us know, because you are a treat. You are truly wonderful. You are just fantastic. If they ever
Oh.
harm you, just let Artemis know with the magic thing, and then we will be back to kick some mage hunter ass. Am I allowed to say that? Are they watching us right now?
No, but I think you're just the cutest little thing. I'd pinch your cheeks if I could, but you're a bit tall.
Oh, go ahead, and he'll lean in.
She like pinch your cheeks. Look, no one's gonna harm me. I've made pretty good friends with a lot of the people here, and we take care of one another. But I appreciate the sentiment, and I hope that whatever you've done, if you've started to make connections to get the others from the Shadowbrand to come back here, hopefully I can use what you started and help show them that there's positive change going on here. And finish your work.
I think they'll need that, right, Artemis?
Certainly. I like your motivation, your perseverance. I see we are still connected in that sense. I haven't grown off from that.
You never stop until it's finished, and even then you keep going.
Well, speaking of that, we better be going on our own. Again, I'll message you and we'll be in touch.
Please
Thank
do.
you so much. And I'll just go in for a big hug.
Yeah, she'll give you a hug and a kiss on your cheek and your forehead, and then she pulls you down, Zavrin, and she gives you a kiss on your forehead too, and she just pats you on the cheek and she says, "You take care, and I guarantee your family wants to see you, no matter what happened. There's no distance too great to cross for the love of family, if they truly care about you."
I'll remember that. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm glad you enjoyed the stew. Come back if you ever need some nourishment. You especially, Zavrin.
Of course, it was delicious. Thank you.
Thank
She
you.
just leads you out and waves at you and like stands out in the hallway and waves at you as you like head off to like that little like elevation lift, the arcane lift that you took, and keeps waving until you're kind of like out of sight. You eventually get to the bottom and are head back out into sort of the plaza area. Where are you heading?
Well, Zavrin, I don't know where to go from here.
Ah, yes. Let's get this over with. But your mama is such a delight, and he'll try to pinch her cheeks.
Well, hey, that's just for her. It's not for me. You don't have that ability.
My bony fingers, anyway.
But yes,
All right.
she's quite wonderful. Thank you. And thank you for coming with me. I think that'll show you that family over a long time, not seeing them, they still connect. They still mean something. So let's make this best effort we can. Reconnect you with your family.
This place gave me the heebie-jeebies before, but that's not that bad.
The right people, it's all comfort.
All right. So you guys start leading Artemis to where your family home is. You head off and towards the same district that sort of Aaron's manor is in. And just a little ways from that, you get into sort of like the more minor sort of noble houses, still very large properties, nice homes and things like that, but slightly smaller than the Shieldheart Manor. And eventually you come to the front of a gated home with guards out the front of it. Gate's currently closed.
Hello there. You probably don't remember me, but my name is Zavrin, and I have come home.
What?
Yes, my father, as I look up his name, because I don't remember his freaking name, and I should have looked it up during the break.
Good job. You write your own backstory and can't remember the name.
I remember his brother's name because that was another character. Yes, my father is Ildrin Mizrim, and my mother, rest her soul, was Catherine Evander. and my brother Rasmorn, and my sister Zephyri.
Zafira.
Sure, yes.
Oh my god.
Zephyri. Someone said Zephyri earlier somewhere, maybe.
Yep. Okay. Um. So she just like looks at you. She's like, okay, this is a lot. This is the strangest way I've heard of someone attempting to get in to the residence.
We can
Let-
go. It's not a big deal.
No, we've came all the way here. My name
Let
is Artemis
me-
Targan. We're here to meet with the royalty and the.
Right. Let me call Rasmorn, and perhaps he can figure this out. If you are important, I wouldn't want to turn you away. This has happened before. There have been people with strange stories that come to the house, and I don't want to deal with that again. So, give us a moment. And you see her like nod at the other guard and kind of like open the gate and like close it back behind her and like step in and continue up the walkway towards the house. You see like the door open and her speak with someone you don't recognize, but likely like in a house like one of the attendants, maybe like the chamberlain of the house. And then she comes back up the walkway. Just a few moments. Rasmorn should be here.
Lovely.
About 3 minutes later, the door opens and a tall, half-drow gentleman, tall, with sort of blonde hair, blue eyes, dressed very regally, in very like noble clothes, with like a noble sash and a like a petticoat type sort of regalia, nice belt, and like nice pants and boots, walks down towards you, and looks over both of you and like squints his eyes for a moment. Huh. Is it really you?
I believe so. I'm pretty sure me.
Well, it's been what, 10 years?
It's been a while, brother. He just kind of keeps his eyes down.
Open the gates. Open the gates. Of course you're welcome back, brother. It's been so long. You disappeared. Father thought the worst. He thought that you'd been stolen away by someone. I suppose you can come and regale me with the story.
Oh, well, it's not much of a happy story, but I'll do what I can.
Well, it wasn't a happy night.
No.
Please come in. And I'm sorry. Apologies. I'm Rasmorn. You must be.
Yes, I'm Artemis Targan. Thank you for having us.
You're a friend of Zavrin's.
Been traveling for a while.
Well,
Trying
then
to
you are
clean up this
most
world.
welcome in this home.
Thank you.
Please, come in. And the gates open and you're allowed in before they close behind you. And Rasmorn sort of leads you up the property towards the house. Inside, sort of this large, lavish home. Similar to Aaron's, but smaller. Actually, probably more close to Oriana's property in the sense. But eventually, you're taken to sort of a like a living room area, and Rasmorn sort of like offers the seats to you, and he says, "Is there anything you would like to drink?"
Artemis first.
I'm doing just fine, but I thank you.
Do you need anything, Zafrin?
Zavin, clearly nervous, he's just like clutching a locket that he has around his neck a lot. And he's just like rubbing it, and he's pacing around when we stop moving. Water.
Okay. Davrin. that was it. But Davrin, please, go get them some water. So, please sit.
Yes.
What?
How are you, brother?
I am well. I'm married.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. My wife is busy, archivist at the Marble Tomes. She's working. I've been busy tending our home and our family name, but things are well. And he like sort of gestures to like sort of the air on a bit crazy, I think, at least recently. But we're doing all right. We still keep in touch with our cousins and the wider family.
Yes, our cousins, and he'll like squint and like, those rats, those darn dirty rats, rat me out.
He doesn't seem to like have any recollection of you. Like he's pretty surprised that you're here. But tell me. I mean, you look well. You're okay. What happened?
It's probably better if we wait for Father to join us. So I just tell him all at once.
At that mention, you just see Rasmorn's
Ilvin.
face. No, Rasmorn's face just drop. And he looks sort of forlorn. And he just takes a deep breath. Father won't be able to join us. He's been quite ill for a while now. Bedridden, and when he is lucid, he says things that don't make sense. Mutterings. Just it's hard to explain. I've been looking after him. It's why I'm currently home and not working myself. Of course, I'm happy to take you to see him once we've finished conversing. You, of course. I'm sure he would be thrilled to see your face. He was so distraught when you left, or when you were thought to be missing or dead. He thought he had lost his whole family that night. Minus me, but even I can't fill the hole of a wife and 2 children.
I don't know what to say. I'm sorry to hear that. Of course.
Do you know what happened? I mean, were you taken away by whoever attacked Mother that night?
I almost wish it had been so simple. It was Fira and I that caused it.
I see. What happened?
Well, Fira and I, we we found out we had magic one day, and once we finished our studies, we'd go to the woods, play around with our magic, and one day we wanted to show Mother. And she, of course, being the wonderful mother that she was, came out to support us and see what surprise we had for her. And it got a little out of hand, and Mother was killed by our magic in that process. And Thera disappeared, and I'm afraid of what would happen to our family, what would father think of me, what the mage hunters would do to us. I I kidnapped myself, I suppose. I ran away.
Oh, Zavrin. Yeah, for so long we had no clues. Father scoured every avenue he could think of. He ran himself into the ground, trying to unearth the conspiracy against our family, who would want to harm him and his children. He asked our cousins and the higher nobility to help, and resources were used to try to find any inclination of what had occurred. He was devastated, and even after we had turned up no leads and had no understanding of what had happened, he never returned to who he used to be. It was like there was a gaping hole within him. He grew detached and was never cruel. He was just sad. Seemed to always be searching for you or Zafira. He at least knew Mother's fate, had something to lay to rest, had some closure, even if he didn't have a culprit. But with you two, he had nothing. I think it ate away at him. It's only been in the last, maybe, year or so that his condition has severely declined. He started having weird headaches and complaining of his health, being more sickly, and then started mumbling and muttering strange things that really made no sense and none of us could understand. And then he would go back to himself. And probably the last 6 months or so, he's declined even further. He can no longer muster the strength to leave the bedroom. He's barely eats. We have to look after him quite thoroughly, and they say, the healers, they say it's likely any day now that he may pass.
Zavin's just like trembling at this point, his face in his hands, and he just kind of mutters through his hands, "Oh, Roz, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for any of that to happen."
You didn't. I mean, how could you know? I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been for you to do what you did. I know how much you both loved Mother, and our city does not exactly, or did not, take kindly to magic. I wish you hadn't run. We would have protected you, of course. You're our family. You were his son. But I don't begrudge you being scared. I wish you had come home sooner, though. It has been hard to handle everything without anyone to lean on.
I'm so sorry.
It is good to see you, though, brother.
I've played this scenario out in my head so many times, what it would be like. It always was father being angry at me for what I did, but I never would have imagined it this way.
Well, I think it would be hard to be angry with you unless your intention was murder, and as much trouble as you and our sister was and were, you didn't have murder in your hearts. You weren't cruel children. You were a bit weird, sure. You did some strange things, and you had some interesting quirks that a lot of us didn't understand, but we chalked it up to you two being twins. But again, you weren't inherently cruel, and I think Father would know that. He would never be angry with you. He would want to understand. He would want to help you. But he loved you so much. He still does. He's still here. It's hard to not talk of him in the past because the person that I see every day is not the man that I once knew, the man that was my father. It's like looking at a shell of a person.
Can we go see him then?
Of course. I'm sorry, Artemis, did you want to come, or would you like to stay here?
I will do what Zavrin would like. If he would prefer my company to be there, I would gladly be. I will add just one thing. Zavrin, you may feel these emotions of guilt and feel the need to apologize. But when you're meeting with someone you haven't seen for a long time, an apology is not necessary. Definitely tell them what you're feeling and how you see them and thought of them all the time that you were apart.
Thank you, Artemis. If you wouldn't mind, I'm not sure. Perhaps you could even see if there's something that you can find with him that maybe you could heal him. I don't know.
I will definitely try my best. I've got a spell already in mind that could help me at least assess his wounds, or if it is old age or what may be plaguing him. I will be happy. You just let me know when you want me to assess and see what I can see.
We've had plenty of healers come in, but of course I'm always happy for another opinion. If you can do anything to help our father, I'm all for it. Not sure what you may find that hasn't already been assessed, but he doesn't have wounds, that I can assure you of. He has been treated with the utmost care. Whatever affliction ails him is internal or something beyond diseases that we know or wounds that have been attributed from any kind of battle or attack. Anyway, please, and he stands up, and as he kind of like leads you, he turns to you, Zafran. He's like, I know we haven't seen each other in a long time, and can I hug you?
Zavin will just hug him before giving a response and just cry into his shoulder.
He'll hug you back and just hold you tightly. Just glad to have you back home. And he like squeezes you for a moment and he says, okay, don't worry. I made it sound a lot worse than it is. He looks okay, if a little sickly, but he's still father. Come.
Yes.
and he walks you up the stairs and down one of the halls towards the master bedroom, where your parents used to sleep, and opens the doors, and you see the room has kind of been taken over. There are like various vials and like contraptions and things like that, like laid out on like night tables near the bed. There is one person kind of sitting and reading a book, but just generally there to help if anything is needed. And she kind of like looks up and she says, "Oh, uh, Mr. Rasmorn, I'm sorry. Is there something I can help you with?" And he just says, "Oh, my brother's come home. He wished to see father. You can take a break for a few moments. We'll be in here." Of course. And she just puts her book down and kind of gives both of you a bow as she heads by and heads out of the room. And Rasmorn sort of takes you around the bed, and you see your father, still very regal looking, full drow, his sort of white hair draped a little longer than normal, sort of down the sides of his face. Looks to be sleeping at this moment. His skin slightly paler than normal. And he's just wearing like simple sort of like sleep clothes on, and is seems to be not in any pain at this moment, but is just like lying there. And as Rasmorn comes in, he goes, "Pa, Pa, Zavrin's come home. Zavrin's come home. I'm sure you want to see him." And he like gently shakes your father, and he comes, and he kind of wakes slightly and opens his eyes, and you can see his eyes for a moment are out of focus, but they kind of like sort of solidify more, and he like takes you in as he turns, and you can see his eyes are sort of duller than they used to be, at least from what you remember. But he turns to look at you, and you can see he's actually like grown a bit of like facial hair, likely again from just like long periods of not being able to groom himself and stuff like that. And he just turns and he says, "Oh, Zavrin." He looks up at Rasmor. "This is real. This is real. This is not a vision." And Rasmorn, "No, father. It's Zavrin. He's come back after 10 years. I'm so happy. I'm sure you are too." And then he turns and he like tries to lift his arm, but you can see it's hard for him. He doesn't have a lot of strength. And he says, "Zavrin, come."
Of course, Pa. It's been far too long.
Rasmorn like steps back and sort of lets you kind of sidle up to the side of the bed. You see your father just look up and he says, "Oh, it's been so long. You've grown quite a bit, haven't you?"
Probably not as strong as you were. A little wiry, but I'm working on it.
"I thought you were dead. The worst. Is your sister with you?"
No, I'm sorry, Pa. Zafira is gone. I'm not sure where, if she's still alive, but
"Oh, Your mother didn't make it, son.
I know.
I'm sorry.
I know.
Oh, I'm sure Rasmorn told you. Um, uh, 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 they. I don't. And you see him like turn away, and he's like, I don't want. No, that's not. I don't want it. I don't want to know. No, these. That's not. I don't want to see it. And you see Rasborn like step in and he like tries to calm your father for a moment, and he just turns to you. He says, "See, he gets episodes like this. I don't quite understand." Um, and he calms him for a moment, and you see him, and he's like, "Father, it's fine. It's just Zavrin. He's come back." And you see your father just turn. He says, "Oh, Zavrin, I'm sorry. It's been so long. You're really here."
Of course, Pa. Of course. You should know it was me and Zafira that we have magic, and it's our fault that Mother's not here anymore.
Magic. It's you have magic.
Yes, Pa. I'm sorry.
Oh. Oh. No, it's not right. No. I don't that uh, that's
Can I-
these things. And you see
Okay.
him going into like another episode.
Can I detect thoughts and just probe as deep as I can in that sucker?
Okay. You can. So you're attempting to
I'll stay Rasmore a little bit and just kind of like motion him to like let me try something really quickly.
Okay. Damn, I rolled with disadvantage and I got an 18 and a 20.
The story of Zavrin.
A natural 18 and a natural 20. So it's an
I
18.
cast Bane.
Oh.
Pay my sick father.
Yeah. You attempt to probe deeper, but you're unable to probe deeper. But what you do get from the surface level, and as you're like trying to probe deeper, so the first things you get is like as you're like first going in the surface area, you're getting thoughts like, no, that's not true. That couldn't be. He's my son. He's not that way. It's as if he's having like a conversation with something else in his head. And as you attempt to probe deeper, as you push, you feel like you hit a barrier, and just before you're like forced out very aggressively, you see a bright purple eye with a single black slit right in front of you, and it just says, "Get out!" And pushes you back. And as you're pushed back, you do see just up the sort of side of your father's neck, marks appear. And looking at them, very similar to the ones that you have.
That was very cool, out of character. There is no physical illness with him. brother. There's something otherworldly that has hijacked his mind. The same thing, the same being that has given myself and Zafira powers, and I'll pull him my neck thing down again to show my marks. He has the same ones as me.
Oh, I forgot that you and sister had that when you were younger. I remember. I mean, I was young too. I was a little older than you, but not wildly. But I remember father and mother, they had you taken to healers. Um, I was very young at the time. It was before you were born, you and Zafira. But I remember father and mother had been on a trip. Father traveled. He was in the military. They went to an outpost on the edges of Veladon territory, close to, I think just north of the Light Arch, close to the Isgravian, Trillian, Veladonian border. He was overseeing something, and Mother went with him, as she was wont to do. They left me back. I was learning and studying, and I was young, and they didn't want to bring me close to any kind of conflict. Not that there was one, but obviously they wanted to look after their child. They weren't gone for very long, but I do remember when Mother came back, she fell ill for a while. It was like for a few months, actually, I think. I remember wanting to play with her, and Father telling me that she wasn't well, that I had to be on my best behavior. And I, of course, as a young child, I did what I was told as best as I could. But I remember hearing they couldn't figure out what was going on with her, and then she stopped getting worse and just it was gone. She was back to her normal self. And I never thought twice about it. And I do remember Father had headaches at the time, but I just thought it was the stress of Mother being ill and his work and having to care for me. And again, I just never really thought much more of it. And then you were born, and Zafira. And those marks, now I remember again. You had them. And they spent years trying to figure that out. I wonder if this is some kind of illness that runs in our family.
I surmise that it is not. There is something unnatural that is plaguing him and also plaguing me.
I see. But you said you have magic. Is that not... I don't quite understand it myself. I don't have this gift or affliction, however you see it. I don't know. But I don't have it, so I don't understand. Most people that I've ever talked to, as far as I know, their magic doesn't talk to them or harm them. They just use it.
Mine was always a little bit more unstable, which is unfortunately what led to mother being harmed from it.
Is this whatever's affecting father? Is it? Did it use you to harm mother?
I'm
Is
not
it? Does it
sure.
want to kill our family? Is there some reason that we're being targeted?
I can't remember anymore. I'm not sure what happened that day. Is such a haze now. But when I
See.
probed father's mind just now with my magic, I saw a purple eye with a black slit, and it was very aggressive towards me, and I've seen that eye in my mind recently. Look at Artemis and look back at his brother.
I don't suppose there's anything that you can do. Artemis, you said that you are able to sense illnesses or heal. Do you have any understanding of something like this?
Limited knowledge of the arcane arts, maybe what gives power. I can assess better the material physical of someone's illness. And from what it appears, physically he looks okay as an old age, or physically not harmed, as your healers have provided as well, but something else may be brewing inside. I am not quite equipped today to assess further, but we do have one in our group, Nemeron, who has quite the eye for the arcane. He may be able to assess further. I can try to connect you more with a telepathic bond to your father, but you will probably only get the surface level thoughts as well. I can try my best to assess this arcane possession. That's all that I can gather.
I see. Zavrin, I don't know if this means anything, but he starts to unbutton the shirt of your father, to show you, and you can see the marks literally cover his entire torso and are now starting to spread up, sort of with this latest attempt to enter his thoughts. You can see they've spread now up sort of like the sides of his neck towards sort of like his ears. It's been getting worse. It covers most of his body at this point.
This reminds me a bit of when we saw that black veins in our friends with Nemeron and Navari. I guess it could be beneficial for me to assess this medical condition and see if it gives me some knowledge.
Welcome to. Please, just don't harm him. But as far as any healers we've spoken to, there's nothing medically wrong. These markings are unknown to any.
I just need to talk to him again. Perhaps I'll try to talk to him directly into his head, that to let him know that I appreciate all of the resources and the time he spent looking for us, and that I love him for that and for all these years, and I'm sorry for not being back. And okay, here we go. And he's gonna do mental link with Dad.
Telepathic speech or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Okay. You can see, I will say this, after the latest like detect thoughts and forceful push, your father is like passed out.
Okay.
So he's kind of like catatonic. Not catatonic in the sense like he's staring off into nothingness, but he kind of like went out and is like his eyes are closed again. But you attempt, and you do link, and you feel like you have a link there. Right now, he's not saying anything back to you.
Pa, if you can hear me, well, I'm sorry for what Zafira and I did, and I appreciate all of the time you spent looking for us, and I'm so sorry I didn't come home sooner. I wish I had. But I love you, and I'll find her one way or another. I don't know, but I'll find her. And whatever this is within you, we'll get rid of it one way. And if I have to travel back to that blasted place myself, then I'll do it.
It takes a moment. You hear a strained, "Son, it's not your fault. I love you. Now and always." And then you just feel the link sever. And you don't notice any difference on his face. He still seems peaceful, asleep. And you just see your brother just redoing up his clothes and tucking him back in and getting him comfortable once more. Are you planning to stay, Zavrin? I haven't seen you in so long. I'm happy to. There's more than enough room for you, even your friend. Happy to have you here, and I can have a dinner made for us or something else if you'd like. I'm sorry, I'm a bit unprepared in this situation, and as you can see, responsibilities and father, and I'm now extremely worried, and kind of worried about you too.
Yes. Artemis, would you like to stay here for the night? We can meet up with everybody else tomorrow.
Well, certainly. I'd like to kind of think about this a bit more and chat with you. I just one question for your brother here. You mentioned that they tried to heal him. Did they use any gems over his body to try to heal him? What do you know of their abilities to heal?
Yes, we've had some strong divine magicians come in, and priestesses come in and attempt all sorts of detections and attempts to revive him from this condition to what he once was, but none of it has worked.
Very well.
Actually, I learned more and saw more from whatever Zavrin just did than I've seen. Whether it was negative or positive, that is the most I've seen happen in a long time.
Well, then I think my skills are quite limited with this situation. They've done as what I could do.
If Zavrin's correct, then there is some other malevolent force. This is far beyond me. I'm a simple noble that is trying to keep his parent alive. All I can do is make him as comfortable as possible. Please, let me show you to the quarters that you'll be staying, and give you a rundown of the home. Make sure that the attendant comes back to watch over father in case he needs anything. And then I can leave you to exploring the grounds and the house until dinner's ready. Please. And he kind of like leads you out, gets the attendant to come back, starts to give you sort of the tour of the home, presents both of you a room each that you'll be able to stay in. It fairly nice. Sorry.
Is it separate from Zavrin's? Because I would like to talk with Zavrin before
It is,
I
yeah,
go
yeah,
to
it is
sleep.
separate.
Okay.
He gives you
Oh.
separate. Zavrin, you basically get back like the room that you had when you were a kid, but it's been changed around. It's more of now just like a guest sort of bedroom, so it's got like a more adult sort of atmosphere
race car
to
bed.
it. Yeah, no more
Oh.
race car bed and bunk bed, or like princess bed and race car bed or whatever for you and Zafira. But it's still got everything else. And then you're kind of like given, I mean, you still relatively remember the home, but like Artemis, you're kind of like given a rundown of like the gardens and where the dining room is, the living area, sort of sort of I forget what those, like, it's not a greenhouse, a sun house, like a sun house area that is like off the gardens that is still like indoors and covered, but you can like still see out to the outdoors. Like where the restrooms are, like where the kitchen is. Not that you need to go in there because there are like people, there are like cooks in there and stuff like that working. But in case you like need anything in the night or anything like that, kind of gives you once over of all of like the staff so that you know who to talk to for anything that you might need. And then he kind of like leaves, like takes you back to your rooms and kind of like leaves you to your own devices. And he explains that he's going to just be in the office, the study, handling like house business and things like that. If you need anything from him, that's where he'll be. And then he kind of like leaves you off. So you're kind of like standing in the hallway where your rooms are.
Well, Zavrin, as you're aware, my skills are limited to healing, and they've already tried what I could. But I can't ask Avandra for help. I know I tried it with Ginger the other day to try to bring her back. I may have asked too great. Perhaps I should just ask for knowledge or information of what plagues your father.
I would appreciate that, but I think I'll reach out to the goddess of knowledge herself this evening, see if I can. Maybe this is something that she doesn't know, and maybe perhaps that would entice her to have us find it out. But I think the place we need to start is in Father's study. See if we can dig through his journals from that trip.
Very well. Do you want us to notify the others and have them come over in the morning?
Either way, they can come here, we can go there. It doesn't matter. And he's kind of getting like this manic look in his eyes, and he just wants to look at his books.
Well, very well. I'll help when I can. Just let me know. I'll give you your piece when you'd like it as well.
Do you want to look through some books with me, perhaps?
Well, certainly. I'll take a look as much as I can. I'm going to cast Enhance Ability on both of us.
Okay.
You give us Fox's Cunning, which is advantage on intelligence checks.
Oh, good, because
Cool.
I need that. My intelligence is...
All right. And then you're going to go head off to the study?
Yep.
Okay.
Try to find their journals or records from that trip.
All right. You...
I will also use Emboldening Bond. Throw it all out there.
Okay. This is
Let's
probably
bond us together as we search together.
Okay. It's probably going to take longer than 10 minutes
Okay.
to
Yeah.
do this.
I can do it 4 times, 40 minutes.
All right. I mean, if you want to use that, then I will allow it. If you really want to do it like 4 times, then I will allow it because that's like a fairly long check. But like for once, like you have to imagine like reading through books and stuff like that to try and find pertinent information. You're probably not going to find it within 10 minutes.
Yeah, of course.
So, okay, cool. So you head down into the study and you see Rasmorn is kind of like in there, like writing something down. He says, "Oh, is there something you needed?"
We need his books from the trip that you mentioned. I need to find out everything I can.
All of his works and journals should be over there. I apologize. I have to look through this, but you should be able to find everything. And if you can't, do feel free to bug me. I'm just gonna focus on this while you're focusing on that.
All right. I hate books. Here you go, Father. This is for you.
Okay, so go ahead and make so I'll let you use the emboldening bond for this one because this is just the initial check to like find the right books for the right time period. So go ahead and make an investigation check. I assume Artemis you're helping, so with advantage.
Oh, I'll need it.
Okay,
Well,
so
the
advantage.
Fox's cunning gives you advantage anyway.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
And then bowling bond.
okay, 18. All right. So takes you a few minutes, but you eventually find a subset of like notebooks and journals of your father's sort of writings for around like that time period. As you kind of like give a few to Artemis and take a few yourself and start reading through them. Go ahead and make both of you make investigation checks minus the emboldening bond this time to see if you can find anything of use going through them.
I would burn another spell to keep advantage on, if that's all right.
You still have advantage. Like that
Oh,
lasts
still-
for
okay.
that lasts for like an hour.
Correct. Yeah.
The emboldening bond only lasts for 10 minutes. So
18.
okay, and 15. Okay, cool. Still pretty good. Okay. So as you're kind of like taking the time to go through the journals, you do get some interesting writing. You at one point in in a couple of the entries, you get that he could swear he heard whispers, but couldn't figure out where they were coming from. And when asking around, no one seemed to have any clue. And you get the sense, and you also learned that they were staying at a fort just on the northeastern border of Isgrav and Veladon, just before the Spinetooth Mountains base begins to actually crest and start to grow and move through the rest of Isgrav. Called Fort Knox. But spelled Nox.
Okay.
He also talks about a buzzing and headaches. But he attributes it to like the cold climate and not being used to the weather and just the stress of like the fort, him needing to sort of shore up the fort's defenses because there have been raids from the tribes of Isgrav against the fort to try and push further into the Veladonian border, and so he thinks that all of these weird things are likely attributed to stress. Then through a few more entries, as their time is getting shorter at the fort and they're almost completed, he talks about Catherine acting strangely some evenings, and when questioning her, she seemingly doesn't know what he's talking about. You get an entry about him saying that he could swear he saw her eyes glow for a moment, but it was gone the next, and he thinks that like the job is taking a toll on him, and he believes that he needs to give over the reins to the general overseeing the fort and like go back to Sunshield City because like you know, they need to be in top shape to come home to their son and take care of like their child. And he doesn't want to bring this home with him. And in the final sort of entries before they're leaving, you get an entry where he explains that he had a terrible nightmare of a purple glow behind some crystalline structure and a terrible foreboding feeling of something inherently and completely evil. And it terrified him to his very core. And when he woke up, he explained it to Catherine, and she said she felt something similar and had a similar vision. But then they both left. Artemis, you get some entries a little while after about him talking about Catherine getting sick, acting strangely before becoming sort of more bedridden, and speaking strange words that he didn't understand in a language he's never heard before. And no one knew what she was talking about. Sort of purple veins along her body, and the healers not knowing how to fix it, and her condition getting worse and worse. And he not knowing how to talk to his son and explaining that he's not sure what this will do to their baby, as he knows Catherine is pregnant at this time. And maybe like a month or two later, he like you see like various entries going like talking about like how her condition is like one day it's good, the next day it's bad, but eventually like the final entry is it's abated. I don't know what happened. I don't know what that was. I still feel like something's watching us. But the sun has shone on us this day, and I will take every blessing I can. And that's kind of like where it ends. Yeah. That's what you guys get. That takes you a few hours of going through all of these entries and various journals to find the right things, but that's what you find.
So we're
I thank
playing
your brother for helping us find these things.
out of character. I was saying I think we're going to play Call of Cthulhu for our Halloween episode in Fort Knox.
Maybe.
Switch game systems.
Who knows? Maybe there will be a one shot of exactly what went down in that area. Call of Cthulhu, where everyone dies. But yeah, you guys get that, and it gets later into the evening, and by the time you're pretty much to the end, one of the attendants calls all of you in for dinner, and you head off to have dinner with your brother in the dining room. It is the evening. Has Nemeron and Navari been doing beyond that initial looking at sheets of paper?
Sorry, guys.
A drinking contest.
Okay, so you guys ended up going down to the tavern and drinking?
Yeah, and eventually, if Navari's up for it, just go bar hopping, I guess, waiting for news of whatever everyone else is doing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think regardless of what the plans might initially have been, we ended up bar hopping.
Okay.
If Navari is up for it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, I need the two of you to just give me Constitution saves to see how far you get before you need to call it a quits.
Okay, con save. Where is it?
Oof, Nefari's still recovering from being necrotically poisoned.
Yeah.
Actually, fine.
So Navari starts to get drunk pretty quickly, and you can tell Nemeron as you're like leading her to the next bar. She's already getting into like the tales of flights of fancy and stuff like that. But you can tell me, are you the type of friend to feed
I'm an
the need?
instigator. I'm an instigator, 100%.
So you're enjoying sort of like releasing Navari on the crowd and watching her go. And you do this over a couple of bars, but eventually you do see like you don't want her to.
Okay, we should come on.
Yeah.
We're going home. Come on. Come on.
I took a lot of damage. My blood's pretty thin today.
Yeah, so you're both in a happy place, and you're both well and sufficiently drunk. Navari quite a bit more so than Nemeron, but you did tell a few tall tales in a few of the taverns that you've been in, and eventually find yourselves back at the Blue Mattress as Oriana walks in. I'll say Rena probably went with you. So let's see what Rena, because she's always up for a good drinking contest.
She's down for chaos.
Yeah, let's see what she rolls on her Constitution. So Constitution 15. Okay, so yeah, she's about the same as you, Nemeron. She's like the perceiving drunk, like just watching you all and enjoying the organized chaos. And are you gonna say something? Sorry, Navari?
Oh, I was gonna say our tale of our latest battle has now been embellished to Rena, Nemeron, and I standing atop a heap of 40 dead demons and fiends.
Nice.
Well, we fought off wave after wave.
Give me a performance. I will say with advantage because you're drunk, and you're actually probably pretty good at this when you're drunk. This is like your special. This is like your specialty.
Yeah.
The slurring of your words.
Okay.
Where was that 20 from earlier?
So you're telling the tale. Some of it gets lost in like the drunken slurs and the like swaying, but you like some of the crowd seems interested and enjoying the tale, even if it is a little tall and a little strange. It's always good to hear something positive and fun versus the negativity that kind of surrounds everything currently. So people are generally into it, and even if they don't quite believe it the entire way through, they're happy to just hear a tale of legend and myth. So eventually Rena and Nemeron help lead you back to the Blue Mattress at the same time as Oriana kind of is finishing up probably her meal, finally coming back, and you see them coming in a little bit drunken and happy, and that is where we will end tonight's session. So lots of lore, lots of story, and we'll see where this leads us to next, what the group is going to do in the city, if they're going to move out of the city, if they're going to go to the Feywild. I have no idea. So, thank you everyone for sticking through and hanging with us. I hope you enjoyed. Please remember, if you enjoyed the session, share with your fellow D&D lovers. The best way to help a stream grow is to spread the word. And remember, folks, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday, make good choices, and we hope to see you back here next week. See you later. Have a good night.